ဒီနေ့ရှိတယ်ဒီရှိတယ်သူကသိတယ်ကမကရရင်တော့မှကြည့်ရတယ်
Dia apa ya?
Ya bisa.
online share off.
Sắp không nhau mà khi này còn
Cho
đúng
nên
không?
cũng là cái này
Không để là một khi cho nên là cái thằng bị xuyên gì là
Không biết cái gì.
như quen
Được rồi.
như quen thì mình rằng
Anh đi về à bây giờ cái này thiếu là một gì
mình không có
Đọc cũng có sợ.
gia đình gì đâu mình chơi gì đâu đi lên đây là
Không mua.
gì gì ta đào mì
nó chỉ video đâu mà đâu vào. Cái gì đâu xem. Okay, rồi mình đi từ mình đi tìm cái câu này là cho nó overview cho nó mỗi cái mình đi speech về rồi bao cái này nó okay rồi sau đó mình đi sẽ làm cái gì rồi lean greenberg training overview đấy đó thì cho nó mỗi cái này thì idea nó overview rồi cho nó mỗi cái này ra câu này nó qua đi là rồi nó rồi chỉ có sigma rồi thì rồi sigma là cũng không ăn được rồi lean मेंပြောမှာပေါ့ lean greenberg training overviewအဲ့တော့ဟိုနေ့လည်းကျွန်တော် Viber ထဲမှာကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်း share လိုက်နေတယ်ကျွန်တော်သဘောကျတဲ့ဟာဒီတော့အောင်ဟုတ်တယ်နောက်တစ်ခုကလည်းပြောနေတာမနေ့ကတော့ဟိုအစပြု online ခွဲတော့မပြရတဲ့အကြောင်းရဲ့ကျွန်တော်မြင်တော့ Google Drive ကိုနားမယ်လို့နော်ကျွန်တော်လည်းမသိဘူးအခုလည်းတော့ဒီကျွန်တော်လည်း Google Drive ပါကျွန်တော်2013ကကျွန်တော် email မှာလိုလိုပဲဒီကမှာတော့တော့ပြရတဲ့ခါကျမှကျွန်တော်လည်းလိုက်ကြည့်တဲ့ခါကျတော့ Google Drive ကို2013မှာ share ရတဲ့ file တွေတော့ဘိုးဘူးဖြစ်နေတော့အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ကဦးလေးက Viber ထဲမှာကျွန်တော်ထည့်လိုက်နော်ဦးလေးကလည်းထည့်တယ်ဆိုကျွန်တော်ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ခုစီဒီ training ကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောလိုက်တာပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့တော့အမှန်တရား2013ကနိုင်ငံသားလုံးအောင်ဖွဲ့လို့မှာတော့များပြောတယ်ဘောင်းတင်လေးက6ခုတော့ပြောကျွန်တော်တော့နားထောင်ပြရန်စင်ဝင်တာ2013ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ခဏမှဖြစ်အဲ့တော့သူကတော့တကယ်ကို share ကြီးတော့တကယ် management နဲ့ပတ်သက်တာကိုဘယ်လိုလေးကိုဟောအဲ့ဒီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံငါးလုံးကအဖွဲ့ကြီးမှာကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒီငါးလုံးကအဖွဲ့ကြီးမှာဟောကြီးပဲဟောလူ90တရားတော့အနည်းလို့ပြပါဘူးဒါလည်းတော့ကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပါတော့သတိရတယ်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါအင်္ဂလိပ် Google Drive မှာသွားတွေ့တာကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်ဟို Viber ထဲမှာကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ရတဲ့အခါကျတော့ဘူးမှမလုပ်ကြဘူးဒီကတော့ပြီးတယ်ဟုတ်တော့ကျွန်တော်ပြောတယ်ကျောင်းပိုင်းလေးဆိုပါဒီနေ့အဲ့ဒီကကျွန်တော်တို့ဖတ်ခိုင်းတယ်အဲ့ဒီကကျွန်တော်တို့တကယ်လို့ပြောတာရှင်းရမိဖတ်ပြီးသွားကြအောင်ဘာလဲဘာလဲဘရောဖတ်မှာတော့မရှိတာကျန်မှာပါလေဒီစနေလေးတွေဖတ်ပါမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်အခုပြောနေပြီဒီနေ့ကတော့ဖတ်ပါမယ်မင်းတို့ဒီဗီဒီယိုလေးကြည့်ပါတော့ဗီဒီယိုလေးတော့ကြည့်ခဲ့တယ်ဘရော9နှစ်မှတင်ပါဘောဆိုတော့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့စနေလေးတွေတော့မှာ Friday မှာကျွန်တော်ကြည့်နေတယ်တော့ရ Google က use မဖြစ်ဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီ group တွေဖွဲ့လာလို့ဇိုးပထမတော့ကြည့်တော့ဇိုးရဲ့ဇင်းဇိုးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ကဘာလာလို့ဒီထဲမှာဖြစ်တာဘယ်လိုပါလဲဘယ်လိုလဲမှာဟောတာပြေးနေတဲ့ခါကျမှသူတို့ရတဲ့သူရဲ့ exercise တွေကမနေ့ကမအောင်မြင်ရတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ခင်တာပေါ့နော်ဟိုပြောကြတာကအားလုံးဘယ်လိုပဲကျွန်တော်နားရတယ်မနေ့ကကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာပြင်ပါချင်မှာတော့စီပြီးတယ်ဘာမှမသိနေနေစတော့အဲ့တော့ online ဖွဲ့တွေကဒီ ID ကိုပဲ ID တော့ဝင်စီမပြေတာပေါ့နော် online ဖွဲ့တွေကဒီ ID မှာလည်းဒီ Google Drive Google ကဟာကိုလုပ်တတ်လို့စီမပြေတာပေါ့ group တွေဖွဲ့တာလို့ဟုတ်တယ်နော်ရှေ့ဆွဲတာလို့နောက်ဆုံးတာလို့ဒါလည်းလုံးဝလုံးဝအောက်လိုက်တယ် တော့ကျွန်တော်ပွင့်နေတော့ကျွန်တော်ဖတ်နေတော့ဖတ်နေတော့ကိုရုပ်ဆက်တော့ဒါရဲဖတ်ပါအောင်ကြာတော့အားရကျွန်တော်ပြီးကျွန်တော်သူ့ပဲတော့ပြောတာကျွန်တော်ပြီးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကျွန်တော်အစီအမပြေဘူးကျွန်တော်ဖတ်နိုင်ဖြစ်နေကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်လည်းမဟုတ်ဖြစ်နေလက်ညာကျွန်တော်မှာပြီးတော့ဒိုနာခေါ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တွေ့ရကျွန်တော်တော့ဘာအောင်ကိုဘာတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ကိုကတော့တွေ့ရမှတဲ့ခါကျရင်တော့ exact တော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့နော်ဒီ link back စီကမှဒီ link ရတယ်ဒီ GB ရတယ် green back ရတယ် really exact ဖြစ်တယ်ဘာလို့ဒီစအန်တူကအောက်ကိုပါတယ်သူကရုပ်ပဲအကုန်လုံးကိုခြာရတာဗီဒီယိုတွေပါပါအဲ့ဒါမှဆိုရင်အများကြီးအကုန်လုံးကိုကျွန်တော်ဘာလို့ဖတ်တာမှဘာလို့ဖတ်လို့ခေါ်တာလဲဆိုတော့တွေ့ရကြတော့တော့ဖိုင်မှာဟုတ်ပြီသူကဒီအောင်ဖတ်ပြီးရတယ်နောက်ဆုံးကျတဲ့ခါကျတော့နာမည်လေးရေးလိုက်ပါလဲခါကျဖတ်ပြီးဆိုသူ့မှာဘုံဘုံထိုးတွေပို့ပြီးခိုင်းတာလို့လားမလို့လားဘယ်လိုမှမလုပ်ဘူးကျွန်တော်များ9ရောက်တော့မပြည့်ဘူးဘာမှမဝင်ရဘူးဘာဝင်ရေးအားတော့ဘောလေးချာပါသူကျွန်တော် impress လုပ်တော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ကဘာလဲကျွန်တော်ရောကြာဘယ်မှာဝင်ကြအောင်လဲအော်ဒီကတော့ဒီဝေးကြီးကမကြရဘူးနည်းနည်းလေးလို့ကြည့်ကြတာဒီတိုင်းတော့ဟုတ်ကြတော့ဘာဝင်လို့ထွက်တာဒီကောင်ကမိုးတာဘာတရားပါတော့ဟုတ်ပါဘူးတော့ဒီပြရတယ်လည်းတော့ကိုယ်လည်းလာကျွန်တော်တော့မထူးလို့ကျွန်တော်စနေနေ့တော့ဒါကိုရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ကိုရဲတော့အောင်ခံလို့မပတ်ကျင်ဘူးကျွန်တော်နိုင်တော့ကျွန်တော်သိတယ် data ပေးတဲ့ online နဲ့ဟုတ်တော့ဘယ်လိုလုပ်လဲတို့ကြည့်တာဘူးဟုတ်တော့ Google နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒီ application တွေကိုဒီ Google Slide application တွေကိုလုပ်နေတယ်နော်ဒါတော့ online နဲ့ online ဖွဲ့ရတော့နော်အဲ့တော့သူရဲ့ concept ကတော့ဒီ process improvement ကိုလုပ်နေတယ်ပါပဲနော်ဒီနေ့ထပ်ပြောဖို့အဲ့တော့ကိုရဲနဲ့တော့နိုင်ဝဲတော့ပြီးတဲ့အခါကျွန်တော်လည်းသဘောပေါက်ဟုတ်ပြီညမတိုင်တော့ဆော်ရဲတယ်နောက်ပြီးမှပတ်ဆိုင်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြန် online ကဒီဆက်ရှိအောင်မရှိတော့အဝင်နေနော် Okay အဲ့တော့အဲ့လိုလေးတော့ဖြစ်စေချင်တယ်နော်ကျွန်တော်တော့လေ online ဖွဲ့ရသေးတော့မရှိသေးဘူးကိုရဖြစ်ပြီးဖွဲ့ရဖြစ်တာအဲ့တော့အချိန်လေးတွေဒီအားလေးနေတာပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်နောက်မှလည်းပို့တင်တော့အဲ့တော့သူတို့ကတစ်ချိန်လုံး trainer ကဒါကျွန်တော်တစ်ချိန်က trainer ကတော့ဖြစ်ကြအောင်ဘယ်တော့ပဲဖြစ်ပါဒီဖွဲ့တွေအကုန်လုံးက quality champion ဖြစ်ပါတယ် food safety consultant ဖြစ်ပါတယ်စက်ပနိုင်ဆိုတဲ့စက်ပနိုင်မဝင်9မိနစ်စောင့်တော့7မိနစ်စောင့်တော့တော့မှရှိပြောပြီးတော့ sorry ရဲ့ကကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းဒီမှာကဟုတ်ပြန်တော့ဆက်နေတယ်ပြီးကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာလည်းပြောကြည့်တယ်ဒီမှာကျန် overview ကလေသူတင်မာတွေအများကြီးပဲနော်သူတင်မာတွေအများကြီးပဲမနေ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ process flow တွေကိုသူစားရတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးသွားဖြစ်တာပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ energizer stimulation ဆိုတော့မှသူစလိုက်တာပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်စိတ်ဝင်စားတာလေဒါလည်းဆို waste ရောသူပြောလို့ကျွန်တော်စိတ်ဝင်စားတာဒီအားစိတ်ဝင်စားတယ် process excellent our goal ဆိုပြီးနော်အဲ့တော့မနေ့ကကျွန်တော်တနေ့ကဘိုင်မှာလည်းကျွန်တော် share လိုက်တယ်။ဘာ share လိုက်လဲဆိုတဲ့အခါကျတော့ inputs and process နဲ့ output ကျွန်တော်ဆက်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ခေါင်းလေးရောက်နော်ခေါင်းလေးရောက်ပြီးတဲ့အခါကျတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘာခေါင်းဘူကဘာသာစဉ်းစားရတဲ့အခါကျတော့အဲ့ဒီ Viber မှာပြောက်ပြန်ကြည့်လို့ရတယ် Viber ရဲ့အောက်မှာလေ effective and efficient နဲ့ဒီလိုစလုံးတော့အောင်လို့များပြောတာနော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ဥပဒေဒီ UN ကဖိတ်လို့မှလို့လက်ချပေးရတယ်တဲ့ဆရာကြီးဒီကိုကတော့ဆရာကြီးဒီကတော့နားမည်တော့သူပြီးတဲ့ခါကျတော့ UN ကဝန်ထမ်းတွေတော့နားမလည်ဘူးလေလွယ်နေတယ်လွယ်နေလို့တာလေနော်အဲ့တော့ efficient တော့မလား effective တော့မလားနားမလည်ဘူးအားရဘူး input ဆို activity တော့အောက်လို့တယ်လွယ်နေလို့အဲ့ဒါလည်းကျွန်တော်ရန်တော့ကြားတယ်63နဲ့တော့အောက်မှာသူ့တော်လည်းပဲကျွန်တော်ဒါကြီးကသိပြီးတော့မှအသုံးပြတယ်လို့စိတ်ထဲမှာမခံစားရဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဥပဒေမှာ Mr. Andrew နဲ့ကျွန်တော်စနားထောင်တဲ့အခါကျတော့သူကဒီ process excellent goal တွေကိုသွားတွေ့ရပါတော့နော် efficient ဖြစ်မှာ effective ဖြစ်တယ်အဲ့တော့ဟိုပါလေနော်အဲ့တော့ဘယ်ဟာက effective လားဘယ်ဟာ efficient လဲဘယ်ဟာ effective အဲ့တော့ efficiency ကမင်းဖြစ်တယ်နော် efficient ငါရလေးထားပြီးပြောရင် we stop sharing today
stop share ရ
stop share
ဒီမှာဆရာ
ပြေးလိုက်ဟော share ချက်မှာ
အဲ့ဒါကိုဒီစားနေ morning မှာတွေ့ပါရှင်ကိုဒီကပြင်းနေတယ်
yes okay ဒီမှာကျန်အဲ့တော့ဒီစကားလုံးလေးဒီပါပွားလေးတော့သွားတွေ့တယ်ဟုတ်လား research change ဆိုတော့မှလေ input activity output outcome impact တော့ဒီစကလုံးတစ်လုံးသုံးလုံးလေးလုံးငါးလုံးဒီနေ့အပြည့်ပဲเนาะအဲ့တော့ efficient မဖြစ်ဘဲနဲ့တော့ effective မဖြစ်ဘူး efficiency ဖြစ်ဖို့တက်က input ရဲ့ activity ရဲ့ output ရဲ့ဒီသုံးခုပဲမှာသူက efficient ဖြစ်တယ်အဲ့တော့ဟိုနောက်တော့ဒီက Andrew လည်းပြောရမယ်ကျွန်တော်အများစိတ်ဝင်စားနေတဲ့စကလုံးပြောရတယ် efficiency ကိုစကလုံးလေးလုံးနဲ့ပြီးတော့ဖိုင်းလို့တော့ကျွန်တော်လုပ်ပြရတယ်ပြောတော့ဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့ efficient ဖြစ်ဖို့တက်ကလေးခုရှိရတယ်သူက standard စံနဲ့ system ဖြစ်အောင် system ရှိဖို့လိုတယ်။ပြန်ကြည့်ရတော့အဲ့ဒါသူသိနေမယ်ကျွန်တော်မပြောတော့။ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကခင်ဗျားတို့ဒီဟာလေးကိုခေါင်းထဲမှာရှိသေးတယ်။ input ဆက် activity ရဲ့ output ဆက်အဲ့ဒီသုံးခုပေါင်းမှ efficient ဖြစ်တယ်လို့ပြောတာ။ဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာဟိုဒီစီမံကိန်းရောက်มาလဲကျွန်တော်တို့ကဟိုလဲဌာနမှာလေ36လောက်ပဲဒီကကျွန်တော်စဉ်းစားရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဌာနမှာဒီမှာစီမံကိန်းရဲ့နေရာအားနေစီမံကိန်းဆယ်နေစီမံကိန်းဒီစီမံကိန်းကိုအကျိုးဒီအားဖြင့်ကျွန်တော်ရေးရတာကမိတာဒါလည်းဟိုတို့ရေးခိုင်းတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်နှစ်ကိုတခါဒီဒီတာနဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့ဒါတွေရေးခိုင်းတယ်ရေးရတယ်အောင်အဲ့ဒီဖြစ်နေရပါတော့ဟိုစီမံချက်ပေါ့ဟိုမှာစီမံချက်ရေးရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဌာနဝန်ထမ်းအစိုးရဝန်ထမ်းတော့စီမံချက်ရေးစီမံချက်ရေးစီမံချက်အဲ့ဒီရေးရကျွန်တော်ဒီရတယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်သဘာဝနဲ့ကြတာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘာမှမတိုင်းဘူးပြန်ပြီးမှစရတာတခါလဲကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်အဲ့ဒါဒီ break ဖြစ်တော့ခိုင်းတာပါတတိယရောက်တဲ့တခါကျွန်တော်တို့တော့ဒီမလေးအမှန်ဒီရားတွေဟိုမှာဒီတိုက်လေးဆောက်တယ်ဟိုအရေးပေါ်နေပြီးတော့တစ်ချိန်လုံးများအားရလို့ရတယ်ဟိုကတက်ချင်းကအုပ်စုတွေတော့လုပ်ပြီးကြတာလည်းအင်းစင်တော့ဒါစုရလို့ခါလေးတော့အဲ့ဒါမျိုးတော့အဲ့ဒါလည်းစီမံချက်ရေးပြီးတော့မှာပေါ့အဲ့ဒီစီတော့လို့အပြည့်ပြောတာပေါ့လေကျွန်တော်တို့ကလည်းအဲ့ဒီမှာဘာမှမတောင်းလို့ဘာလဲဖြစ်တော့ဒီစီမံကိန်းရောက်တဲ့အခါကျတော့လေကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတစ်ချိန်လုံးကျွန်တော်တို့မော်တာလို့ဒါရင် report တွေထည့်ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာခေါင်းနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ report တွေထည့်ရတယ်ကြားရောမရောမိသားဘယ်နေရာမဘယ်နေရာကိုလိုအပ်တာဒီမှာ gender issue တွေရောတို့ရတာလေအဲ့တော့ဒီဥစ္စာတွေကဒီဟာတွေကဒါတွေကဒီ efficiency ဖြစ်ဖို့စလို့ဥစ္စာဒီလုံးနဲ့ဒီစကလုံးအောင်ပါကြည့်တော့ဒီ quality management system ကနော်အဲ့တော့ဒီဟာလေးကိုကျွန်တော်ဖတ်ထားကြည့်တယ်နော်ဒီဟာလေးမှတ်ထားကြည့်တော့Andrew ကပြောတဲ့အခါကျတော့ခင်ဗျားတို့ဘယ်ကတော့သူ efficient ဖြစ်တယ် effective ဖြစ်ဖို့ဆိုတာဒီနောက်တစ်ခုက efficient ဖြစ်မှ effective ဖြစ်ဖို့ဥစ္စာဒီ output ရဲ့ outcome ရဲ့ impact ဟောဒီဘယ်လိုသုံးလို့ရအောင်ပါ effective
ကျွန်တော်ဟိုက IMG ကိုကျွန်တော် like
impact ရဲ့ IMG ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကပြရတယ်ဆရာ
တော်ကပြောနေပြီတော့အောက်ကဆရာတော် impact
အဲ့ဒါကြီးဆရာအများနဲ့ပြောတယ်တော့တို့ရအဲ့ဒါလေး9နှစ်ကမှ impact ရတယ်မျိုးပြောတော့ကျွန်တော်ကသိနေရတယ်နေတယ်ဟုတ်အောက်ကတော့ yes ချက်ချင်းကြလာပါမယ်ဒီက input နဲ့ output အောက်ကimpact ဖြစ်နေတယ်အနည်း9နှစ်6နှစ်ဒါနောက်ဆုံးတစ်လုံးတော့ဆက်စိနေတယ်အဲဒီကြီးက okay လားပြီခင်ဗျားတို့လည်းအဲ့လိုပေါ့နော် impact ဖြစ်သလားဆိုတဲ့အခါဒီကတော့ evaluation တော့နောက်ဆုံးကျွန်တော်ဒါဆရာရဲ့ဆရာတော်တိုင်းနောက်ဆုံးပေးရအောင်ပါလို့ဒေတာလေးကိုကျွန်တော်ဘောလုံးမှာစဉ်းစားပြီးပို့လို့ကျွန်တော်စဉ်းစားလို့ရတယ်မှားတယ်မှာဒီဟုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့ဒါရောမမှတ်မိတော့ဘူးပြောတဲ့အချက်နော် area ဆို control area ဆို influence မမှတ်မိတော့အိစာနဲ့ factor လို့ကျွန်တော်မိသက်နေနဲ့မိသက်နေလို့ share ပြီးအဲ့ဒီကျွန်တော်လည်းလုပ်နေတယ်ကျွန်တော်အဖြစ် share ကျွန်တော်ဘူးရတယ်ကျွန်တော်စိတ်ကကျွန်တော်တို့ကလည်းရုံးလို့နေပြီးတဲ့တော့မှလို့ဘူးပြီးတော့တော့မှတော့ရအဲ့ဒီညာလို့နော်ကျွန်တော်က technical knowledge တစ်ခုတည်းမရတော့ ideas ကတ်တာတော့ဒီလိုမျိုးပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါပြရတယ်ကိုပြီးတော့ဒီလူပြန်ပြောတယ်ကိုပြီးတော့ဒီလူပြန်ပြောမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ idea
ဖြစ်နေရဆရာဘုဒ္ဓထားတဲ့ဟာတွေကတော့ဘူးလို့ထင်တာကျွန်တော်ထင်တာကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ view နဲ့နည်းနည်းလေးအာရုံစိုက်လို့ဒီပါလေးတော့ပြရ
ပါတယ်တော့လေဟိုကလူ idea ကို presentation နဲ့ကတော့လည်းတော့မှာပဲသူကလည်းတော့ဒီဥစ္စာတွေဖြစ်ပြီးဟို lecture သင်ကြားထိုင်လို့တာလို့တော့ မလုပ်ဘူးကျွန်တော်မြင်တာပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့မလုပ်တဲ့ဒီကြောင့်မလို့မရ
ဟယ်လိုအဆိုစီရပါလားဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟိုကလေကျမ ITC ကမှတ်ထွေးပါရှင်
ရောနားရော
ဟုတ်မောင်လေးအမလေး
ထွေးအတန်ထွက်နေရဲ့ထွေး
sorry
လုပ်ဖို့လိုတယ်နော်အဲ့တော့အဲ့ဒါတွေကတော့ဟိုအချိန်တော့မအားရဘူးပေါ့လေဘောပေါ့လေနော်မအားရဘူးဆိုတော့လည်းပဲမအားရဘူးဆိုတော့လည်းပဲကျွန်တော်ကတော့လူဟို trainer ပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းအချိန်နဲ့ဒီလိုဆွဲနေပါတော့ပါတော့ပေါ့နော်ဟုတ်တယ်နော်မနေ့ကလိုဘယ်လိုကောင်းခဲ့တော့မှလည်းပေါ်နေတယ်သူကဒီကိုလေးကကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောနေတယ်ဖြည့်ပြပါမလားဆိုတော့ဒီမှာအချိန်ကိုပြောတာအောင်လို့လည်းဘယ်လိုဒီအရင်ကဘယ်လိုပါလဲဘာမှမဆွေးရအဲ့ဒီလိုပြောမှလည်းဘာလဲသူကဆိုပြီးသူ့ရဲ့ဒီရဲ့ဒီလိုပေါ်နေတော့အဲ့ဒီကကြာဖြစ်ပါမလားဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးကိုပြောတယ်ဒီကတော့မှတော့မှာလားโอเคမနက်တိုင်းဆိုတော့သူကလည်းโอเคသူကတော့နည်းနည်းပြီးသွားတာပေါ့နော်သူ expect မှာသူကရာပြုတ်ပြမှာတော့မပြီးဘူးဒီကမပြီးဘူးဒီကဆက်နေဟုတ်လားဒီကတော့ကိုယ်ဒီကဘာမှမလုပ်ဘူးဟုတ်လားဒီကတော့တော့သူကအဲ့လိုကြီးဖြစ်တော့ကျွန်တော်ကတော့ဒီအနေနဲ့တော့တန်းနိုင်လားတက်နေတဲ့ကြောင့်လို့နော်ဟိုချိန်လေးတွေတော့အများကြီးတော့လာပြီတော့ condition တွေတော့ဆက်နေတယ်မဆိုးဘူးဒီမှာမရှိတဲ့ရောအောင်လို့ပြောတယ်။မြောက်တကယ်လေးကြီးရအောင်မရှိတဲ့ရောအောင်ပါလို့ပြောတယ်။ဆိုတော့ဒီအရာမအောင်ဘူးကတော့မှကတော့ကပ်ဖို့လို့ရအောင်ကြောက်လို့ပြောတယ်သူကဘာလို့လဲဒီလိုရအောင်နော်။တော့ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါပြန်စဉ်းစားတဲ့အခါကျတော့ဘယ်ရောက်ရတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အခါကျတော့သူအများကြီးတော့မှလည်းအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောမှာဟုတ်တယ်နော်။ဟိုသူကလည်းဒီစိတ်ကမှာလည်းလင်းဒီပဲလည်းတော့ဒီမှာဒီကပြောတယ်ဒီကမှသိတယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တွေ့လိုက်
သိတယ်အောင်ရအောင်အဲ့တော့ဆောင်ဝဲပြည်လို့မအောင်ဘူးဆိုတဲ့ခံကြတော့အခက်ကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးပေါ့နော်အခက်ကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးတော့အဲ့ဒါလည်းပဲကျွန်တော်ပြောခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့အောင်ပါလားအားလုံးအောင်ပါလားအားလုံးအောင်ပါလားဘိုးအောင်ပါဒီမှာဘာလို့အောင်လို့လို့ရေကြရတော့ဘယ်မှာလို့မရဘူးလဲကျွန်တော်လည်းပြောတာကျွန်တော်အမားလေးကိုပြောပြရတယ်ဒီကကျွန်တော်တေတော့ပြောပြတယ်ဒီလိုရည်ရှိတယ်ဘာလို့ပြောပြလဲပြောကမားတယ်ဒီပြေးလိုက်တာဒီကတော့အဲ့ဒီကကျွန်တော်တို့တေတာဒီမှာတော့ရှိတယ်တော့တော့ဒေတာတော့ရောက်မောက်ဘာလို့ပြေးလိုက်တာကိုပြောပြရတယ်အဲ့လိုဖြစ်နေတာ
เราเดี๋ยวจะได้เดี๋ยวว่าใครไม่ได้ไปสู่ยักษ์ขาแต่ยังก็ว่าที่ในรายละเอียดว่าที่อาชีพว่าเนี่ยทั้งรายละเอียดกับชาติเราว่าว่าที่ไหนดีทางก็จะให้ได้ในเชิงคงเอามาชาติเลยแล้วเราชีวิตการจะในเช้าเพื่อจะจุดคนนี้เขามาบอกว่าเลยนะบอกว่ามาย่างเลยเดี๋ยวเนี่ยเราสิบิกันนักการเงิน
ဒီလိုနေနေနေတိတ်နေတယ်
ချေရတော့ မစိတ်ဘူး
စိတ်ကြတယ်အစိတ်အစိတ်
အဲ့ဒါအဲ့ဒါ
ကဲဘာအဲ့တော့ဒီနေ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ကဘူးဒီနေ့ရောဘာလဲစမှာဒီနေ့ဒီနေ့ဒီနေ့စကိမထိုင်တာတော့ထိုင်တာသင်ပြီးတော့ဘာလို့ပြောလဲနော်တိုင်းရအတိုင်းနဲ့တော့အဲ့လို73ရလားတဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့အော်တိုဘာလာကုန်တာနဲ့အော်တိုဘာလာကုန်တာနဲ့စမှာပဲဒါပေမဲ့တန်တက်ကနေသူတို့စိတ်ဝင်နေခိုင်းနေတယ်ဖီပြရတယ်ဗာပြောတော့မမြင်ဒီအော်တိုဘာစက်ကဝတ်တွေတော့ပြီးနော်ဘာမှတော့မလုပ်ကြရဘူးဒီအခုနေ့အကျွန်တော်ကြားတော့ဆိုင်ပေါ်ပြောရတာ
ဘာတင်ဒီရဲ့တရားခေါ်လိုက်တရားခေါ်လိုက်ဟိုတို့အတင်းသားတွေပြင်ပြီးခေါ်လိုက်ဒါလို့တဲ့လူကြီး
ဟုတ်တယ်
ဆိုတဲ့ခါကျတော့အကုန်လုံးတက်လာ
ရပြီဒီရပြီ
အဲ့ဒါတွေကဆရာကြီးကိုပေါ်ရတယ်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်ချင်မှာလဲ
ဘာလို့ဒီကျွန်တော်ပတ်ရစီတော့ကန်ရင်းတယ်ပြောတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကြောင့်ပုံပြီး30လောက်ရှိတယ်30ရော15ရော15ရောပဲလို့ပါလို့ပြောတယ်
မကြည့်လား
ဟုတ်
ဟုတ်ဟုတ်
ဒီတော့ဒီကဟိုတော့ quality check ဟိုတော့ခုစီပြီးတော့ထားပြီးတော့ဆက်နေတော့မှန်းတော့ experience မှာ experience နဲ့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပြောပေါ့အဲ့လိုဆိုတော့အော်တိုကြရင်အဲ့ဒီအားတစ်ခုရှိမယ်နောက်တစ်ခါကျတော့ဒီ quality check နဲ့ရှိမှာပေါ့နော်ဒီပြောက်ကိုပေါင်းတော့ဒီအားဆိုတော့တော့ဒီလိုခိုင်းတာကတော့လေးကတော့ရှိအောင်လို့နိုဝင်ဘာလတော့ဖြစ်မှာပေါ့နော်ပြီးတော့ပါနော်အဲ့ဒီကိုကိုချင်းနေကြတာဒီက आज ये वाला और जैसे जैसे कुछ नहीं तो ये भी ना बहुत जरूरी नहीं है तो ना बोले नहीं होना लेकिन अच्छा होगा मुझे लगा कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं होगा और ये चैंपियन है ले लो से होगा तो बोले ये चैंपियन से ही चला हुई है तो ना यार से होगा मां चैंपियन का काम ऐसे ही जो ऐसे कांटेक्ट हो रहा नो अच्छी नहीं होगा ये बता दिया ना first phase ပါလို့နာတော့ကျွန်တော် first phase မှာတော့မြင်တယ်တွေ့တယ်ပေါ့ဒီသုံးနေပြီရဲ့ဒီခါတော့ဒီ8 minute သူ right ကနေမှလည်းတခါ okay exactly တဲ့ဝေးတော့ရှင်းရှင်းရှိနေစီနေတယ်ဒီစာကိုဘယ်လိုလုပ်လဲဒီကတော့ဘာကိုလဲ online online အဖြစ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘာကလေးလို့ဘာကလေးနဲ့ဆက်အရင်ကတော့ပုံနဲ့ပါဟိုလည်းဒီကတော့အဲဒီကတော့တော့ရတယ်တော့တော့မှလည်းဆက်ဘာကလေးပုံနဲ့တော့ဒီမှာဒါကလည်းဘာမှတရားမဟုတ်ဘူးโอเคဒီလိုတော့ကြီးရတယ်โอเคကြီးရတယ်ပုံနဲ့အဲ့တော့ဒီကဒီမှာရတယ်တော့ရတယ်ဒီကနေ့မှမရှိအားရရတယ်အဲ့ဒါကအကြီးရတယ်တော့ဘုရားဒီဘာမီဒီယာနဲ့တွေ့ရှိတယ်ဘယ်လိုဒီကအားနဲ့ပတ်သက်တယ်ဒါကတော့ဒီဟာလူတွေလည်းတော့တော့အားလုံးကလေးတွေလူတွေအတက်ကြတာတော့တော့ပိုင်းလေးဆက်တော့ကနေတော့လူတွေအသိတွေရတဲ့အခါကျတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပေါ်လို့ရှိမှအောင်ပြီးရတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီမှာ eco community manager ရေးရတယ်အဲ့ဒါကြီးနဲ့ပါတယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုပြီးတော့ဂျာမီသွားတယ်ဒီနေ့ကနေဂျာမီကိုမာရှာဆက်တော့အားတယ်ဂျာမီဒီမှာပါလာတယ်မလာရတဲ့ကလေးတွေတော့ဟိုရဲတော့စီမံကိန်းထောက်ပံ့နေတဲ့ဆွဲချက်ပေါ်လို့ဖြစ်နေတယ်အဲ့ဒါမျိုးဘုရားလည်း language တွေကိုဘာလို့သိနေရပါ့သူပြောတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြင်ဒီခွက်တော့ဘာလို့ဆိုရင်ဒီခွက်လိုက်တော့ဘယ်ရဖိတ်ရောပါလဲဘုရားမှာပြင်တော့ဒီဘာတော့လို့တော့မယ်တာဒီဖြစ်ဟောဒီမှာလည်းထောက်ပါမယ်ဘယ်လိုလဲဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကရေလုံးလာသွားတယ်ကျွန်တော်တော့မသိဘူးရေလုံးလာကျွန်မသွားတာလေသုံးနှစ်တော့ပြန်ဖို့ပြနေတယ်နေတာဘယ်လိုလုပ်ကြလဲဘာကိုရအောင်လုပ်ချာပြည်ပြရသွားတယ်တော့ပြည်ပြရတယ်ပြည်ပြစ်ဒီတော့တော့တူတယ်ဘယ်နဲ့ပဲတကယ်ကြပါတော့ဟုတ်ကဲ့โอเคအဲ့တော့ဒီကြလေးတော့ဒီကြလေးတော့တင်ချပြအောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ condition နဲ့သိစီနေတယ်ဒီလိုဖြစ်ဘူးဆိုင်သွားမယ်လို့တော့ဟုတ်တယ်ဖြစ်ပေါ်တော့ဟိုဒီတော့ဖွဲ့တွေကအဲ့တော့မလုပ်နိုင်ဘူးကျွန်တော်ပြောနေကျွန်တော်မှလည်းယူကြည့်တယ်ကျွန်တော်မှလည်းတော့ဒီကတူလို့ဒီမှာတော့တော့မှဘာလဲဒီဆိုင်ကလည်းဘယ်လိုလဲဘာလဲတော့ပါလေကြရတယ်ဒီကဖွဲ့တွေတော့သာပြီးနေတယ်ဒီကတော့အခုစီဒီတော့ပါလေချန်ပီယံတော့တော့တော့အော်ဒါကေစကိုဘူရှာတယ်သူပဲ compliant ပါဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကတော့ဒီချာတော့ငါတို့ကတော့တို့လုပ်ခဲ့တယ်ဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်တော့ဆက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီမောက်တယ်လို့ဒီကလေးကိုဒါတော့ဒီသားလို့ဖြစ်နေတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီအောင်9ယောက်ကျွန်တော်ပေးရတယ်ကိုပြီးဝေးပြီးတော့ပြောင်းလိုက်တယ်9ယောက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝေးထွက်တယ်ပြောင်းလိုက်တယ်အဲ့ဒါကြီးက အားလုံးပါမရဘူးချင်းပြီးတဲ့ခါတော့တားလို့ပြီးကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းဒီလို quality champion ထွက်လာတဲ့ခါတော့ဒီကဒီ professional တွေကြောက်တာမှန်တယ်ဒီ professional တွေကြောက်တာတို့စားတဲ့နေပေါ့နော်ပြောကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီကျွန်တော်ကတော့ပြန်ပြောမယ်ကျွန်တော်ရှင်းပြအောင်ပြောပြအကောင့်နဲ့15ဒီကျွန်တော်လည်းနားမှာပြောဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟောတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ပိုင်းတိုးမှာလည်းနော်ကျွန်တော်ရောက်တဲ့တိတ်တယ်ကျွန်တော် share ပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်လည်းရောက်တဲ့နေမှာပြော fresh ကြီးကိုထွက်လာတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ကျွန်တော်ကြာပြီဒါပေမဲ့လေးဖြစ်နေပြီတော့ဆက်လေးဒီလိုလားတော့တော့ပါကြပဲနေတယ်ပါလိအဲ့ဒါကဒီနေ့နဲ့မှာပဲတော့ဘာမှဒီလာလို့တော့ဘာမှမရဘူးလား
မရ
ကားပေါ်ကြတယ်ငယ်
ကျွန်တော်ပြေလို့တော့ဒါလည်းပြောပြတော့လည်းအခုပြောပြတော့ပြောပြနေတယ်ပြောပြတော့ဘောပေါတော့ကျွန်တော်အခုဝေးတဲ့ခင်ဗျားမှာရှိတယ်လားတိုင်းဘုကကြီးရဲ့ process တော့ဆက်ရတယ်ဒီလိုမျိုးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ချင်းပြောတော့အဲ fresh ယူပါလဲပြင်းတော့နေတာဒါရခုစီဒီ online တော့ကျွန်တော်ခုစီနေတယ်ကိုကိုယ်စီအနာရီယာသိရှိသိမဖြစ်ဘူးဒီလိုဒီမချီရောစာရရောဒီအကြီးအကန်းဒီအကြီးပေါ်လာတာအကြီးအကန်းတွေ့ရတော့ခုစီဒီကတော့ဘာမှမလုပ်ဘူးဒီကပေးအောင်နေတယ်ဒါဟုတ်ဒါညိုလေးအောင်ပို့ပဲ
အားနဲ့ပတ်သက်တာမာစီကောရတယ်လားဗျာ
မာဒီကို
မာစီကောအဒီကောနဲ့ US
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဆရာ
မာရိုဆက်မဲ့
ဝန်တာပါလေ US ကလည်း US ကတော့ပေးတာပဲနော် US ကလည်းတော့ပေးတယ်อืม
တိတ်တိတ်ကလေးတော့
ဒီဝါဟိုတာအိုင်ရောကြားနေတယ်ရတယ်
ကိုယ်ပါတယ်
ဟိုဘောလေးနပါလိုက်တာဆက်ပြီးတော့လူရဆောင်တယ်မရောက်ရောက်လည်းမရောက်ဘူးကြီး15ရောက်လေးကြီးအဲ့လိုဖြစ်နေတော့တယ်မနေဘူးကျွန်တော်ဒီ channel လေးဖြစ်နေတယ်ဖိတ်နေတယ်လို့နေတယ်တင်ကြောက်ရရကြီးတယ်ဒီကြောက်
ဒီလိုလေး
တယ်မကြီးကြရင်တော့စင်မပြေဘူးတော့ချိန်နာဆောက်ရတယ်ကွာမကောင်းဘူးချူဟိုဆက်ချောက်ပဲရှိတယ်ကွန်ပျူတာမှာဆက်ချောက်လို့ဘာလဲဒီပါဒီပြရတယ်ဒီတစ်ပတ်ကိုပြီးပြီဘာလို့ဒီဆက်ပေါ်ရအောင်ဆက်ပေါ်ရအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒါအဲ့လိုရပြီ morning Andrew
Good morning, Tin. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you.
should wait 3 minutes
အားလုံးမင်္ဂလာပါ Good morning Andrew
great
Good morning, Shui.
morning
Good to see you.
18ရ
ရှင်းဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့ဆရာဟုတ်
ကျတော့30လား30ဆက်ပြန်ရ18
မနေ့လောက်
အဲ့ဒီတိုင်းလည်းရတယ်မှတက်နေတယ်ဒီက gain stop မှာဆိုတာတော့
သက်မှန်ဆိုင်ရင်ဘာမှဆိုင်ရင်အကေရဘူးဒီတော့မှာ
အာ
ဒီကောင်က
နင်းကိုရင်းနေတာဒီဒီဘောပဲစနေ
ဆရာသမီးကိုနည်းနည်းထပ်ဆောင်မလားဆရာဟုတ်ဆရာ mute ဖြစ်နေမကြားရအောင်ဆရာ
ကျွန်တော်လည်းစားလိုက်ပါ
မ10မိနစ်လောက်စောင့်မဲတယ်မရှိ
1 minute ဟုတ်
ဘာလို့မဆောင်တော့ဘူး
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟုတ် Hello Andrew
Yes
ဟုတ်အခန်းထဲမှာအကုန်စုံပြီเนาะဆရာဟုတ်
ဟုတ်ပြီ
ခန်းထဲကတော့စုံပြီမ online ကနည်းနည်းကျက်
online Hello Andrew everyone in participation they are all in the room but we would like to wait online participant for
Okay.
1 or 2 more minutes
sure
thank you
that's fine thanks
ဝေကတော့ရှိရောက်ပြီနော်ချက်ဘူး
ဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဆရာရေဟုတ်
ဒီချမ်းတယ်ဒီရောဒီချမ်းတယ်
ဆွဲပြိုင်းနဲ့လည်းပြောလာစပသိ
ဟာ
ခြေဆွဲပြိုင်းနဲ့ဒီမှာလည်း6ပြန်ဆိုပြီးတော့
ဆရာကျွန်တော်ပါဆရာဘရင်းနာမှာလား
ဟုတ်ပြီလားဟုတ်ပြီ ဟာခြေစားလိုက်တာပေါ့
Okay, sir. Okay. Now, Andrew, we are expecting a few more participants from online, but we would like to start. Now, for the time being, they will join. Yeah, I assume so. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew.
okay that sounds great we can get started and we're recording I believe so they can watch the recording necessary
We will share the files with them. Yeah.
awesome wonderful well good morning everyone thanks for coming again and I look forward to spending the day with you all we're gonna wrap up this morning first we're gonna wrap up the Energizer simulation and look at the results of the simulation for a few minutes and share some lessons learned, after which we will get into processes. What is a process and why are processes important? And after lunch, we'll talk about process excellence, 7 habits of process improvement, waste, Toyota Kata, and a couple other topics that we typically do in this one full day training that I call the Process Excellence Energizer. So it's great to be with you, and why don't we get started? I'll share my screen. All right, so we're going back to yesterday. the group in the room, in the conference room, did a splendid job. It's hard to imagine because of the technical challenges of running the simulation online, but the group in the room actually was able to reduce their time for the improved process down. The first delivery to the customer was in 26 seconds, and the total time that the whole process for all 6 things took was less than 2 minutes, 1 minute and 15 seconds. So a huge congratulations to the team in the room. They reduced the cost of the process down from about $63 to $6. So a huge improvement. Congratulations again to the team in the room for such a significant improvement. If we take a look at the online groups, group 1, I'm not entirely positive about the times, but I think the times are roughly correct. Here, the first group 1 had roughly about 10 minutes or so until the first delivery, and then about 20 minutes until the final thing was over. 0 defects, however, so congratulations on that, 100% reduction in defects. And they reduced the process, the cost of the process. In fact, I made a mistake here. There were 3 people, not 5 people. So from $280 to $50, which is actually a $220 reduction. And if I do the math real quick, 220 divided by 280, that gives us a 79% reduction. So a very significant reduction in cost of the process by group 1. And if we take a quick look at group 2, similarly from $285 to $52, 0 defects, so 100% reduction in defects, and this group had quite a few more, minus $233, so minus 82%. So similar numbers, very significant improvement. So congratulations to Team 2 online also. So what I wanted to do now is take just a moment to ask you for your feedback, for your input about the experience. What did you learn between the first and the second times that we ran the simulation? And what are something you can conclude or thoughts or ideas that you have about process improvement based on what we learned? So go ahead and just unmute yourself. I suppose if you want to put something in the chat, that's fine also. So by the way, do I need to go for the translation? Do I need to go into the English version?
Yeah, Andrew, some participants are writing in the chat, especially the online participants.
Okay, so let me go to English.
My learning point from yesterday's simulation was not all the activities add values to the process.
Yep, okay, not all activities.
We think every step is important, but they are not equally important, and some steps are not adding value. That is my learning.
Great, thank you. That's a very good observation. What else?
Yeah, my learning is that more that meaning about how is the value. It's more about the transformation of the product. And only there's a transformation happen on this, it's a very
Yep.
bad.
Yeah, so if we're adding value, it means we're transforming something. It means we're doing it right the first time, and it means the customer is paying or willing to pay for it.
Yeah, and also the customer is willing to pay for this confirmation.
Yeah. Yep, very important. Very important. If the customer doesn't want to pay for it, that's probably not adding value for them, or not enough at least. Yep. So how did you feel about yourself the first time we ran the simulation versus how did you feel about yourself the second time?
Yes, for me, first time for the robot star. So she is using with the grid for the item. So that is very difficult for us. And the second time, visual technique make us speed of controller to have the smooth process in a short time, and it can save time and it can minimize the error condition.
Yeah. So simplifying the process, making it visual, and eliminating the difficult parts can make the process work much better.
Also, another thing is the sequence is straightforward. That's why we take 2 months, not to take now, because the timing is previous is longer and the improved plan is shorter than before because of the sequential process.
Yeah, so we took out one thing is we took out 2 steps and we freed those people to do more work elsewhere. But then we had a shorter process. We put the people next to each other, and that also made it much easier. Yeah, great. So I see 2 comments in the chat. It's easier and clearer way to do jobs in the process. And there's a point that there was no place for returning to correct the mistakes. In the first time, at the very end, that's true. In the second time, there was also no way to return, but we didn't need to because we didn't make mistakes. So congratulations on that. So the couple things that I would like to reflect on, and it's these things here. I'd like to help us to come up with 4 key lessons. The first one is that we improved the performance because we changed the process, not because we changed the people. It's not that the first group of people were unable and incapable, and the second group of people were more highly qualified. It's because we changed the process, and the same people did the work better simply because we made the process better. So if you want better people, if you want better performance, you change your process and your people will get better. Also, I think it's true, it's a difficult with the online simulation, I'm sorry, but especially in the face-to-face simulation, when we feel much better about ourselves when the process is improved because we're able to do the work so quickly and so easily. And we also find that our colleagues are more capable or more competent, and we feel better about them, and we work together with them when the process is improved. The other thing is, in the conversation that we had, many of the improvements were things that you identified, things that you thought, yeah, we could do this better, this doesn't make sense, can we try this, can we do this differently, let's get rid of the batches, let's get rid of the codes, let's make it visual. These are all things that you already know how to do. But what we did was we did them all together at the same time. Of course, that normally when we talk about continuous improvement, we improve over time. But here we were able to do it in a very short time because I had seen this done many times. But in your actual practice, you would maybe take some time to achieve these improvements, but maybe you'd even be able to achieve more improvements over time. And this was not so much the problem here, but sometimes people get stuck in old ways of doing things and they think, well, we still need to have this coding system, or we still need to have 2 forms, or we still need to whatever. And it was nice to see that you all were very quick to take on the changes and to apply them in the work that you are doing. So congratulations on that. All right, any other comments or feedback before we move on from the simulation?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Andrew.
Yes.
I learned your workout procedure. When I look back at the screen you shared yesterday, on the slide of Lean Green Belt Training Overview,
Yep.
you write down all the things, all the facts, only on one page. So I think I read about 4 or 5 times last night. It's very complete and I learned it for my future. I'm going to do like it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And in fact, it's a good point if I understood it correctly. The purpose of the Energizer simulation training that we did is to teach a number of the things that we will go now in detail in the whole week or 2 weeks. But the goal is that you've experienced them actually in a process. And this is a very important part of when you will give the Energizer training. One may think, yes, maybe we can skip this, or maybe it's not so important, but really it's especially when it's done face-to-face in person in paper, it's much easier than we did it online. It's really a significant learning for people, and all the things that you then want to teach them and to do with them, you've already done a lot of these things with them in the simulation. And that's the reason we do the simulation, is because people have a tangible, an actual feel for a process improvement, and many of the concepts that we will now go into, we have already experienced in the simulation. So that's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of it. All right. And yes, all the lecture slides that we're going through are available on Google Drive. So you have these and you'll be able to share them with folks. And we'll take a look later today about how to give the Energizer training. Okay. I think
May
that,
I have a question?
yes, please.
How do we know how much we can improve? That is the first question. Because understanding how much we can improve will be probably more effective without knowing how much we can improve. That is one question. The second question is, should we go progressive improvement, or like change one time and change everything, like significant improvement?
Yeah, so good question. There's no simple answer. The better you know your process, the better you know how much you can improve. So, and we'll talk about this more. There are two kind of different extremes on improvement. On the one hand, you can say every day small change, every day small change, and over time that will end up to be quite a lot. Or what you can say is, no, we want a project, we want a team, and we want to make a big improvement. If you pull a team together, my personal experience is you should strive to reduce times and things by at least 50%. So you should have the goal of reducing the time to take perform the process by 50%. You should at least 50%. You should try to reduce the defects by at least 50%. So major things you should try to reduce by 50% if you pull a group of people together to improve it. But if you're making a little change here, a little change there, then a couple percent, 1 or 2% improvements over time may make a very big difference. But the better you know your process, the better you know how much you can improve. Because then when you do the waste analysis, you can see how much is adding value, how much is not, how how much is required, how much is not, and then you can have a sense of what goal to set for yourself. But it will depend to some extent on an analysis and on an understanding of the process itself and how much waste there is in the process.
Can I say, regardless progressive or significant change, we should aim for 50% reduction of time?
If you are pulling together a group of people and you're taking time away from production processes to analyze and make an improvement, my rule of thumb is at least 50%. Otherwise, if you pull a group of people together and you want to improve a process by 10%, probably there's so much variation that you won't be able to measure if you've achieved your goal or not. So yeah, I would say at least 50% defect reduction and time span reduction are good targets.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I'm just going to take a quick note here about the time, and then we'll keep going. So. Okay, so we're going to look at processes. What is a process and why are processes important? And time is 6:52. So we've just done this. And I'll start by telling you a little fun story. And this story is about a man in a red Corvette, like this one here. So some of you may know, I can't remember if I mentioned it. I was born in Hollywood, near Los Angeles in California. And in Hollywood, as you all know, I'm sure, there are the Hollywood Hills and the Hollywood sign. And in fact, there's a recent story in the news that the Hollywood sign is being repainted. In any case, in the Hollywood Hills, there are not so many hills in Los Angeles. And so people, most of the streets are straight and this way and that way, and it's not so exciting to drive. But in the Hollywood Hills, the roads are a bit curvy. Like in Switzerland, many roads are curvy. And this person was driving quite fast in the Hollywood Hills. And he was going so fast, in fact, he was coming around a curve. And in the middle of the road, there was a pig. And he slammed on the brakes and slid off the side of the road, knocked over a fence, but the pig was okay. And being a good citizen, he said, well, let me try and get the pig off the road. And he was trying to do this for some time, but he was what we call a city slicker. He didn't know much about farm animals. And so he was poking and pushing and trying to tempt it with some food, and just the pig wouldn't move. Well, a little while later, a police officer comes along, and the police officer sees this gentleman in the middle of the road with the pig. And he says, what are you doing here? And the guy says, well, I was coming around the curve and I almost hit the pig, but I put on the brakes. I knocked over the fence. I'm sorry, but the pig is okay. And I'm trying to get the pig off the road so nobody else has an accident. The police officer said, well, it's clear to me that you're going way too fast. I am going to write you a ticket for reckless driving. And the guy said, no, please, no more tickets. If I get one more ticket, they'll take my license away. And in Los Angeles, you can't get anywhere without a driver's license. And the man was very nervous, and the police officer said, well, you know what, I'll make you a deal. He said the Los Angeles Zoo, and this is true, the Los Angeles Zoo is on one end of the Hollywood Hills. And it's a wonderful zoo. I've been there several times with my family, but it's a great zoo. And the police officer said, look, I'll make you a deal. The zoo is nearby. If you take the pig to the zoo, I won't write you a ticket. The guy says, are you crazy? In this beautiful car, as taking a pig in this car to the zoo? No way, I won't do it. And the police officer said, well, okay, I'll write you a ticket. And the police officer pulls out his paper and he starts writing the ticket. And the man says, okay, I'll do it. I'll take the pig to the zoo. I want to have my driver's license still. And together they lift the pig and they put the pig in the front passenger seat of the car. And the police officer sends him off to take the pig to the zoo, and the police officer's happy because he didn't have to deal with the pig. But the man is very, on the one hand, he's upset because he has to take the pig to the zoo. On the other hand, he's happy because he didn't get a ticket and he can still drive. But the story doesn't end there, because the next day, the same police officer sees the same man in the same car with the same pig going down the freeway. And the police officer kind of scratches his head and says, I thought, what's he doing with the pig still? And the police officer puts a siren on the car and pulls the guy over, and he says, excuse me, I thought I told you to take the pig to the zoo. And he says, yes, I did. And we had so much fun together. Now I'm taking him to Disneyland, which is further down the freeway in Los Angeles. So the point of this story is, I hope you found it amusing. When we are documenting our processes and creating a standard process, it's very common that people will misunderstand the things that we tell them. So we have to be very careful when we create a standard operating procedure, for example, that we test the procedure and make sure that people understand the things that we're asking them to do. All right, on with the training. So we want to ask the question, what is a process? Okay, so if I were to ask you, a couple of you maybe make a comment in the chat or raise your hand or just what is a process? How would you answer that question? I'm going to put open the chat up again. Seem to have lost it. There it is. If someone were to ask you the question, what is a process? How would you respond? Anyone have an answer to share?
ဒီမှာထပ်ပြောပြနော်
On the steps of activities.
Okay, it said a set of activities. Sequential activities, yes. What else? Well, let's take a look at this list here. Let's take, let's take a look at these things. Okay, all these things that will happen in an organization, these, in my simplest definition, these are all processes, because these are all how we do our work. In my simplest definition is processes are how we do our work. But we can be more precise about it. And we can say this. Oops, sorry. A process is a repeated sequence of actions that transforms inputs into outputs and leads to a valued result for a customer. This is what you were talking about, a repeated sequence of actions. And let's take a look at each of these words here. Repeated means we do it multiple times, not just once. If we do it once, then it's a project. But many things, even though we consider them projects, we do them again and again, and they take on the nature of a process. Sequenced, we do them in a particular order, and we've taken the whole work to do and we've broken it up into specific steps or tasks. But this is not enough. It's important to notice that a process is something where our goal is to create something new. Our goal is to produce something that didn't exist before. We start with inputs and we end up with outputs. The output is a product or the service that's rendered. However, we also don't stop there because we always can perform a process for a customer. There's always someone that we're creating value for who is the customer of our process. And that's very important when we understand a process, because it's the customer who determines what's valuable in our process. It's the customer who determines the output requirements, and it's how the customer uses our output that is very important. So I work in a humanitarian NGO. In a humanitarian NGO, sometimes when there's people who've been displaced and there are mosquitoes, there's malaria, we hand out bed nets, or mosquito nets, they're sometimes called. Well, the product that we give is a mosquito net or a bed net, but the value for the customer is that there's less malaria, less children are catching malaria, less children are dying from malaria, fewer people are getting sick. And that's the result, that's the valued result for the customer. Or if I'm selling coffee beans to a coffee shop, my product is the coffee beans, but the coffee shop is actually selling it to another customer, the person who's drinking the coffee, and they want a pleasant, nice aroma, good tasting cup of coffee. So it's not just the coffee beans, it's the enjoyment of the cup of coffee. Even if a coffee company, a coffee shop, they sell a cup of coffee, but it's the enjoyment of that coffee, that's the valued result for the customer. So we always have to think of all of our processes. What's the output? And then what will be done with that output? Also for this training, I'm giving you training that at the end of the 2 weeks, my output will be finished, but the valued result is what you do with the training and the impact that you're able to have on small and medium enterprises, on other organizations that you are working with or a part of, the impact that you have, the improvements that you will make, that's the valued result. Not simply knowing these things in your head, but applying them in work. So there is a quote here from Dr. Edwards Deming. I'd like to read it to you. He says, 85% of the reasons for failure to meet customer expectations are related to deficiencies in systems and process rather than the employee. The role of management is to change the process rather than badgering, which means pushing individuals to do better. What this means is most of the time when people are not performing well and there's a problem with the process, most of the time, 85% here, he estimated, the problem is not the person, the problem is the process. So the job of the manager is to improve the process rather than to threaten or push or warn or whatever the employee. It's not the employee, most of the time it's the process. And apparently I've heard that he changed this number from 85% to something like 93%, closer to later in his career. So the point is here that we don't focus so much on people, we don't blame people certainly, but we focus on the process. And the point here is that a good process gets good results. And we can take that a step further to when we think about excellence, and we can say that an excellent process gets excellent results. And therefore, the goal that we should have is excellence in our processes. We'll watch a quick video about processes and why processes are important, and then we can talk together about it briefly. So I will go to the video now. I'm going to slow the video down just a little bit. It's quite a fast one. And this will help, I think, us understand it a bit better. And I believe I've shared my sound already. If not, let me know. If you're not able to hear this, let me know. But let's watch the video together now. All right, so some thoughts on process there. Processes are how we do our work. Any thoughts as we, based on what we've seen in this video, on the importance of processes?
Any thought?
Anything to share?
ပြောဆရာမေးတော့ဖြေမရမှာဖြေရဆိုတော့တစ်ခုတစ်ခုကိုပြောဒါကြီးပိတ်နေတဲ့ခါကျတော့ဘာမှမသိဘူး
Can these methods be used only in manufacturing or can they be used in service industry as well?
Yes, so we will see that these concepts can be applied in manufacturing, in service, in government. And I've been working for 16 years now in the, well, for almost 15 years now in NGOs, non-governmental organizations. It also applies here. It really applies everywhere. It's something, many of these principles are things that we can apply even in our own lives. I've often done this training and people tell me, oh, Andrew, at home we organized this, or at home we made this visual, or at home we threw things away that we didn't need. Or so there are many things. These principles and practices are really principles for where we want to improve anywhere we are. So whether it's in a company or in a that's a factory or service sector or government or school or construction or you name it, these principles and tools apply everywhere.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, well, it looks like we're right at our break time, so let us have our lunch break now. It is, I think 11:45 for you. We'll come back at 12:30, if I have the time correct. And we will continue on with process excellence. How do I define process excellence in a way that makes sense for any organization? So again, as we say in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, bon appetit. I wish you a nice lunch and look forward to seeing you in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. See you at 12:30.
Thank you, Andrew. See you.
Yeah.
နိုင်ခွဲဖို့5မိနစ်
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello Andrew ဟုတ်ဆရာဟုတ်အကုန်ပြန်ရောက်ပြီလားမသိဘူးဆရာရောက်ပြီနော်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဆရာဟုတ် Yes Andrew and they are all back from lunch break yeah. So we can resume
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let me know when you're ready to keep going.
Yes, ready, Andy.
All right, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming back from your lunch break. Hope you had an enjoyable meal. So we are now moving on to the topic of process excellence. Again, the rest of what we'll be doing today are things that you would include in the process excellence energizer when you are sharing this with the companies that you'll be working with, whether it's your own or a small and medium enterprise and an SME. So then later today, we'll before the end of the day, we'll talk about how to run the process excellence energizer. We'll look at the files that are available to you for that. And then we'll also begin our module on what is lean. So the origins of process excellence. In the corporate world where I worked for a number of years, I learned about Lean Six Sigma, what we call business process management, innovation. And then I moved into the, about 14, 15 years ago, into the NGO context, both development and humanitarian, where I learned this concept from World Vision, transformational development. I've learned since coming into MEDAIR about the core humanitarian standards. And what I've done is I've integrated these two things from the corporate world and from the NGO context into 5 elements of process excellence that I believe make sense for every organization, regardless of where they are and what they do. And these are that an excellent process is effective in its impact, efficient in its performance, appropriate to the context, empowering stakeholders, and continuously improving. And these are important concepts that I really would like you to learn, to understand, and to be able to work with and to always have before yourselves and to encourage others to have before themselves as a vision of what we're striving for and how our processes perform. And we're going to take a look at these in 2 more levels of detail. An effective process is one that is reliable and that delivers value. So reliable means that it is predictable, it is consistent, that it produces high quality, and that the work is done safely as well for the people who are doing the work. And then delivering value, again, the point is we know what the customer desires, we're able to deliver that value to the customer. And it's something that is beneficial for the customer. Efficient means the processes are simple, easy to do right correctly. They're standard, they're standardized, they're timely at the right time, not too early, not too late, not too many handoffs, and integrated with one another into a seamless system. Appropriate means we're showing respect to everyone who's involved with or affected by the work. We're flexible when things change, or we're flexible to different contexts. And also the technology that we use is appropriate to the people, to the purpose, as well as to the environment. We're empowering. That means we make decisions locally, transparently, and we're partnering with other stakeholders. We're building trust. We're building one another up. We are increasing our impact, and the people, we have enough people, qualified people, and we give them the tools, the thinking, and everything that they need in order for them to be successful in their work, and they're growing over time. And lastly, continuously improving means we're accountable, we hold ourselves accountable, we measure, we review, and we act on what we're finding. When we see problems, we correct them quickly. We don't try to hide them, but solve them at the root cause as quickly as possible. And we're always taking time to reflect, to learn from others, to share our learning as we continue to improve the work that we do and how we do it. So let's take a look at each of these one by one now at the next level of detail. And the first one is reliable. An effective process is reliable and delivers value. So the process is predictable. It's like the sunrise. We know every day when the sun is going to rise for the next many hundreds of years, or even thousands. Consistently and safely providing quality outputs and results. And again, outputs are what we have at the end of the process, and results is what the customer does with our process output. That's extremely important. And then delivering value, whatever agricultural or other product it is, and the products are valuable, and these are things that are benefiting the customer. That they're saying, yes, I want this, I'm willing to pay for it. And that's how we make money, that's how we make profit, by delivering value to customers that they're willing to pay for. Efficient processes are simple. That means just like this exit sign here, they're intuitive. We can just look at them and easily see what needs to be done. It's clear, not ambiguous. It doesn't have too much. It has just a concise right amount. Visually organized so we can see what's going on, easy to perform correctly. So if we follow the steps, we're going to get the desired result. Standard means just like Coca-Cola has a standard look and taste in every country. We use a defined common workflow. We use tools, roles, responsibilities, policies, expectations. These have been standardized as the best known way of doing things across the entire organization. Timely, like the Swiss trains here, they flow smoothly from beginning to end, not with too many approvals, not with too many handoffs, but as few handoffs, as few delays and rework as possible, so that we get the output that we need when we need it. Integrated means that the process, just like these cogs on this beautiful Swiss watch, everything seamlessly integrates with everything else into a larger optimized system. We could say very briefly that an efficient process is easy to do right quickly. And you notice we don't talk about low cost. Low cost is a result. If the process is easy to do right quickly, then we will have an efficient process, and that will naturally be one that is low cost. Appropriate means that we're respecting all the stakeholders. So everyone who's involved in or affected by our work, just like we roll out the red carpet to royalty, we honor everyone who's involved in or affected by our work. Their rights, their values, their beliefs as well. We want to respect these things about everyone that we work with. And flexibility is extremely important, especially more and more things are changing in this world. We need both to be able to adapt to different contexts, so the same process works in different places as well. When things change, we're able to respond quickly, adjust quickly, rather than having to say, sorry, we can't do anything, or spending so much time that we lose our capabilities. And then technology, we want to use reliable technology like this solar oven here that is appropriate to the stakeholders, to the purpose, and to the environment. Empowering, we make decisions locally. So if people are to make a decision locally, that means the people themselves have to know what is the strategy. What are we as an organization and as a department and as a team within this organization, what are we trying to achieve? Then we, at the lowest levels, we can make that decision about what should we do, how should we run this process, what improvements should we make, because we know the overall target and everyone's working towards that target. So empowerment, local decision-making has to depend on the fact that we all know the goal that we're aiming for. We ideally want decisions to be made transparently so that others can know what decision has been made, why it's been made, who's made it. Sometimes we want to question it. Transparency helps us in that. And then as close to the action as possible. The people who are doing the work, as much as possible, should be able to decide things about the work when and because they have the expertise and they know everything, they know more and more what needs to be done. There are certain decisions that need to be made at higher levels regarding the direction of the entire organization, but as much as possible, we make decisions at lower levels. Partnering, we are working together with other stakeholders to increase our capacity, their capacity. We want to increase our teamwork. We want mutual benefits, so everyone benefits from everything that's done. We want to strengthen trust, because when we trust one another, we're willing to do more things for one another. And again, we want to improve the outputs that we have at the end of the process and the results, which is how the customer uses our process outputs. And in empowering, we also have the concept of capacity. We want to have and develop the people, the tools, the skills, the knowledge, the work culture that we need to achieve our outputs and our results. We're always growing, always learning, always getting better. That's part of the next one, but also we give people the tools and the skills and the knowledge that they need. Continuous improving means that we are owning the performance of the process. There's one person that we can look to say, this is the owner. This one person is accountable to make sure that the process works, and they work with the team to make sure things work properly. But we measure our performance, we report it, we review it, we act on what we find out, whether it's the performance of the process, the outputs, and the impact that we're having. We also listen to feedback from our customers and from other stakeholders. We ask them how we're doing, and they let us know, and that gives us opportunities to improve further. As I mentioned, we're making problems visible. We're correcting them quickly. The book on this is called The High Velocity Edge, written by a friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Spear, and it really talks about how the best companies are always quickly making problems visible, promptly solving them, and then addressing them at the root cause. So we want to make problems stand out. That's part of correcting problems quickly. And then learning. We reflect, we think about it. We are also proactive. Correcting problems quickly is more reactive, but we're proactive also. We're looking to see what can we do differently? What can we do better? How can we apply learning? How can we learn from others? How can we share with others what we're doing, our best practices, improvements in our innovations? And that's part of why we tell the story, because we want to share with others what we're doing, and we want to learn from others what they're doing. So how does process excellence apply? We've talked about these 5 elements: effective, efficient, appropriate, empowering, and continuously improving. And some processes, we may focus on one or more elements of process excellence. Not everything is applicable in an equal way to every process, but some processes we want to be more empowering or more efficient or improving more often. So we can think about different elements make more sense to different parts of our work. Now, one might think, well, isn't it good enough to have good processes? Why are we striving for excellent processes? How would you respond if someone asked you, good processes are good enough, why should we strive for excellence? How would you respond? And you can either type things in the chat or just unmute yourself and share. How would you respond to this person who says, it's good enough to have good processes? Why strive for excellence? So to save costs, okay, to improve competency, great, thank you. To improve quality, yeah, very good. What else? Why are we? Okay, we're more productive. Yep, we improve the productivity when we are striving for excellence. Why else do we strive for excellence? I'm just going to take 5 seconds and change the light a little bit in my room. Okay. Any other thoughts? Prevent unexpected challenges, okay? A better work environment, yes. Better in processes means it's better for the people in the organization, and that's extremely important. Improve performance, satisfied, and we personally we become more satisfied with the things that we're doing, and we enjoy our work better. Very important, very important. Faster delivery, smooth operation, lower costs. With good processes, we can achieve a good result, but not sure to be efficient or not. Excellent is the best. Yes. Faster delivery, effective and efficient production, improve. So our workers, our skills increase. We have an orientation to continuous improvement. We have maximum efficiency. Wonderful. These are all great things. Thank you for taking the time to type them in the chat. These are all right on target. So we can summarize these things that you're saying. We can summarize these in this way. Process excellence because they engage our employees and reduce the burden on them. As you said, we're growing our employees, and it's less burden. It makes our work easier and better and more interesting. We increase the quality, and it helps us to meet the different standards that are required of us. It reduces the time to deliver and increases our flexibility so we can be better at meeting customer demands. And ultimately, it will reduce our cost and allow us to produce things with fewer resources. So yes, Shui, also saving time. So very briefly, we can summarize then process excellence. It is, first of all, for our employees. It is for the quality. It is for the delivery. It is for the cost. And this is how it works. Excellent processes are central to how we do things because we are building the capacity of our people. We are empowering our people, and the people are solving problems. We're solving problems in order to improve our processes. When we improve our processes, that means the performance of our organization, of our team, of our company improves. And as we improve the performance, this leads to greater prosperity for the customers of our organization, for the employees, for the owners. This is how people solving problems, improving processes, increasing performance for greater prosperity. This is why, this is why we are striving for excellence. It's not somewhere we're going to get, but we're going to strive for it. Otherwise, we stop somewhere along the way. So we can summarize these concepts that we've been talking about just now. We're first, process excellence is effective impact, efficient performance, appropriate to the context, empowering to stakeholders, and continuously improving. It is a process that is easy to do right quickly when we look just at the effective, efficient part. What is it? It's excellence in how we do our work. Why do we do it? Because we want to be delivering the greatest value with the fewest resources at the right time, in the right way, and at the right cost. Logic is good processes get good results, and therefore excellent processes get excellent results. Why do we do it? We do it for our beneficiaries, for our donors, for our staff, and for each one of us. How do we do it? We do it by everyone solving problems to improve processes. And that's what the rest of our time is going to be spent, is looking at these specific things. So here in one page are the 5 major elements and 15 sub-elements of process excellence. For those of you who are in the room, there is a printout. You are invited to take one of those and post it and have it handy to think about. The rest of you, I'll show you where the PDF is, and you can print that out. I encourage you to print that out and also share it. And as I've mentioned, this is something that I believe works for every organization, large or small, factory or service, government or private sector or whatever. This is really something that works in every organization. Now, just a quick reminder that excellence is not a destination, it is a journey. It means we're not going to achieve excellence, we're not going to become excellent and then stop. We're always pursuing excellence. So excellence comes not from reaching a goal, but from pursuing it. Because the fact is, the better that we get, the further our vision of excellence becomes, and we are going to be always wanting to strive to achieve more and to become better, rather than resting on our accomplishments and then others are overtaking us. So that is the topic of process excellence. Are there any questions about process excellence?
Body process the printed one.
I'm not able to understand what, if someone is speaking to me, I'm not able to understand what they're saying.
I just passed the printed version, one page for the process excellent. According to your
Okay,
idea.
wonderful. Yes, great, great. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, encourage people to put that up, or if you can print out a color copy, that would be great also. Okay, wonderful. Let's keep going. So now we're going to talk about 9 types of waste. So I want to begin with a little fun here. There's a picture here. There's a picture here. And if you can tell what this is a picture of, I would encourage you to raise your hand or to put it in the chat, not what it is, but where, if you recognize what this is. And I see the question from Win Pi Ong, and we will get to that. We'll get to where to start. So great question. Hang on to it. We will come back to where to start with improvements in the next module. Can anyone see what this is a picture of? Anyone recognize what this is a picture of? If you do recognize it, just say yes in the chat, or raise your virtual hand or your physical hand. So I will give you a clue that it's an animal.
Animal.
It's an animal. It's a picture of an animal. Can anyone? Does anyone recognize the? Okay, I see Kiao-Hin Lin. Does anyone else recognize this animal? This is an animal.
I think this is the body of cow.
Okay, yes. Does anyone see the cow? Does anyone see the cow? Anyone else see the cow? Okay, I'm going to show you the cow. Here we go. Okay, so if we go back. So this is a cow. Now, why do I tell you this? The reason I show you this picture is because very often we have work that we do in an organization, and people don't recognize that the things that they're doing are wasteful. They just think this is my normal work. And what I want to teach you now is to be able to recognize the waste that is in our processes, so that we can begin to reduce the waste in our work. Because when we see it as waste, even if it's necessary, we'll have a mind to reduce it. Okay, so let's go through this module now. There are 2 distinctions that we make. One is value, the other is waste. The value is the right thing at the right time at the right price, provided in the right way as defined by our customer. Waste is everything other then the minimum amount of time, material, equipment, information, space, and workers' time that are absolutely essential to add value to the product or service. So anytime we're doing things that are not adding value to the customer, we consider that waste. If we could do it faster, if we could do it more easily, then that extra effort is also waste. Waste does not add value. As a rule, it hinders the creation of value. And our goal is to reduce it or eliminate it. Now, some of that waste is required because of rules, because of laws, because of business operations, and we need to do some things, but many things we can actually stop doing and eliminate. Now, Taiichi Ohno, one of the fathers of Toyota Production System, identified 7 types of waste. And since then, a number of people have added an 8th type of waste, and I myself add a 9th type of waste. And we're going to look at each of these now. The first waste is the waste of defects. Defects is any time, any resources, any money, any energy that we spend inspecting things, scrapping, which means throwing them away, redoing, or correcting something. So if we're looking at something and looking to see, is this good or not? That's a waste because we should be able to produce it correct. It may be a business requirement. Our product quality may not be so good and we have to look at it, but rather we would prevent the mistakes from happening rather than looking to find all the mistakes and getting good quality by inspecting out all the defects. Scrapping is any time we have to throw something away because the quality didn't turn out right, and rather than fixing it, we just throw it away. And when we're redoing or when we're correcting something, either I redo the work again myself or somebody else corrects my work, that's all in the category of defects. And probably this is the number one thing that we need to worry about, and we need to reduce it as much as possible. Delays then are the second one. This is when we are waiting or when the product is waiting for someone or for something to proceed. The process stops because we have to hand it off to someone else, we have to wait for something, we have to whatever, but the process stops, and that's the delay. The next one is excess inventory. If we have too much space, too many items, too much information, then that's a waste, and we want to get rid of excess inventory. Not all inventory, but excess inventory. Overproduction then is looking at when we do work ahead of time or more than is required, then we end up needing to often throw things away or store them somewhere. Overprocessing is when we do things that the customer does not want or does not ask for, but we do them anyways. They take time and resources, but it doesn't actually add value for the customer. Extra motion is personal movement when we're looking for things, when we're picking up a tool and bringing a tool back and picking it up and bringing it back, or whatever movement that we're not actually transforming anything. This is extra motion. Transportation is movement in larger areas between buildings, between sites, between countries, when we're moving things or information or people for that matter from one place to another. This is the waste of transportation. Next is silence. And again, the first 7 were from Taiichi Ohno. Excuse me. After that, many people added silence, the waste of not using the creativity, the skills and the ideas of every person in the organization to the fullest. And lastly, ethical violations. This is when there is abuse, exploitation, fraud, corruption, discrimination, harassment, or whatever it may be. But when there are ethical violations, we have a lot of time and energy to prevent them, to detect them, and to address them when we do find them. And in addition to the harm that they cause people, and the harm that they cause to the reputation of the organization. So let's look at these now in a bit of detail. First one is defects. If we've delivered the wrong item, if the wrong person has signed something, if the item doesn't work, or the coding is wrong, whatever it may be, we'd rather these, the right item, the right person, the things work, the coding is right. Defects are waste because we have to inspect, we have to repair, we have to scrap or send things back. We don't get what we want when we want, then we cause delays at the same time. Or if we know things may be defective, then we have to buy more. And that also is a type of waste leading to excess extra inventory. So defects are probably the biggest waste that we encounter in Lean, and we want to reduce the defects. We want to always and only produce good quality work that meet the customer needs. Delays is the next one, and the examples, if we have to wait for a signature, we have to wait for the input to a proposal, we have to wait for the delivery of our produce. These are things that are going to cause trouble. Rather, we want signatures provided right away, input when requested. And if we're picking things, if we're harvesting things, we want to deliver them right away after picking, rather than waiting and things starting to go bad. Delays are waste because they keep us from making progress. They make the customer wait. We have to replan, we have to speed up, we have to work around, and all these things cause waste of time and energy. And finally, when we expect delays, then we buy more, we store more, and we have excess inventory because we're expecting delays and our process is not repeatable. Excess inventory, it is a way of hiding problems, of preventing them from really having the impact that they could. But the problem is they hide them so well that we often just continue to have our problems. One way that Japanese companies, they actually want to find problems. And one of the best ways to find problems is to reduce your inventory and see when we have then not enough inventory, what has caused that, and what can we do to reduce that cause. So examples are when we have more items than we need. For example, if we buy a year's supply of printer paper, as you can see here in the picture, rather than getting it once a month or once a quarter as we use it, as we need it. We want to have the right amount, and we want to do things in small batches rather than large batches. If we buy things once a year, we buy in large batches. If we buy once a month, we buy in smaller batches, but we buy just what we need, and it doesn't go to waste. And we can adjust along the way. If we have excess inventory, we have to store it, we have to track it, we have to transport it. Things may change. We may no longer need it, or things go bad if they're have a shelf life on them, and that's something that we can be reduced if we reduce our inventory. When there's a problem, often also if we produce many things, we may not realize that we've produced bad quality because it hasn't been looked at yet or hasn't been used yet. And so we can create large amounts of poor quality goods until we actually realize, oh, we've been producing a bad quality. If we produce and use right away, then we have a better feedback loop. Looking at, yes, TIMWOOD is one of the acronyms that one can get if one puts all these 9 or 8 things together, is moving under transportation waste. So moving is typically in a smaller area, transportation is in a larger area. That's the distinction that we make. And yeah, I'm glad you appreciate the two new wastes. So I think they're very important. So overproduction, if we order things too early, if we print too many, if we pick produce before they can be processed, this can lead to trouble. We want to order things when we need, print the right amount, pick and deliver produce right away. Again, overproduction is a problem because we have to, if we produce too much, we have to store it, track it, or transport it, or we don't need everything. Things may change, and then we have to throw things away or things go bad, and that's a problem for us. It reduces our profits and leads to waste that could have been fruitfully sold. Overprocessing, if we need too many signatures, if we, for example, if we're producing something that requires a certain amount of tarp, a fabric cloth that goes in a tent, for example, and if someone says, "Oh, I can get a twice as thick tarp for the same money," let's do that. But if we're creating a tent and we've already purchased tent poles that can only support a certain weight, now when we have a heavier tarpaulin, we're going to cause problems, and it may not be beneficial for the customer. Or if it's a camping, people don't want to carry something that's heavier. They want things as light as possible. And another example is paper and electronic versions. If we have to keep both the paper version and the electronic version of documents, then we have an additional type of waste. Overprocessing is waste because we waste effort and resources making things better than they need to be. And we'll talk about this later. There's something called the 80-20 rule or the Pareto principle. We can achieve 80% of the results by 20% of the effort. It's that last 20% of perfection that takes a lot more effort. And if we have only so much time and can make things better, we may want to get the big benefit of 80% by doing just 20% of the work. Again, we'll talk more about the Pareto principle, and you'll see how that applies to our process improvement. There's a funny video on overprocessing. Maybe one of these days we'll have time to watch it if we have time at the end of the day, by Mr. Bean, and an example of Christmas shopping where overprocessing became a problem. Okay, extra motion. There are, again, extra motion is when we're looking for things, when we're working, moving, but we're not actually adding value for the customer. So one of my favorites is if I'm looking through a full email inbox, or it could be paper inbox, in order to find a particular email, all the time that I spend looking for that email is waste. Or if I'm looking for a file on my desktop, whether it's the computer desktop or my physical desktop, if I spend 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes looking for something, that is wasted time. If we have instructions on how to do work and the instructions are not clear, and I make mistakes or I have to go ask for clarification, that's a cause of waste. If I have to look for the status of something, if I can't easily see what the status of my process is or the status of a requested approval, and have to call people or send emails, that's wasted time and energy. Ideally, our emails should be easy to find. Our files we can find them very quickly right away. We have visual cues to help us to see what needs to be done, and right away we can see the status of our process or of the things that need to be done. Extra motion is a waste of time because we have to search for things, and we waste time when we don't see things right away, or we're doing physical labor that's walking back and forth, that's not adding value for our customer. Larger distances, transportation through cargo ships, but also through trucks. When we ship long distances, or when we have to send paper documents and not just electronic things, these can cause waste. Ideally, we would find local production, purchase things locally, deliver things in shorter distances. When Toyota builds a new factory somewhere, they invite all their suppliers to come build their factories very close to the Toyota production assembly area, so that it takes less than half an hour or even shorter to deliver things. And Toyota gets, their factory is provided with inputs to make cars several times a day, even from each of their suppliers. They want to reduce that transportation time and batch size and all sorts of other good things. So transportation takes time. We have to wait several months. That really reduces our ability to operate well. And transportation obviously costs money. Silence is the waste, as we mentioned, of not valuing the improvements that people want to make, not seeking for their input, and not experimenting, but simply saying, no, we won't do it. What rather we want is to value everyone's improvements and make them a priority within the organization. We want to ask for input. We want to ask for people's ideas. And then when someone has an idea, we want to test it to see if it works. And if it works, then we can adapt it rather, or we can go back and try again. Silence is a waste because, for one thing, it prevents each of us from giving and bringing our best. Our best is the me that has creative ideas, many ideas, and that is encouraged to always get better and better. It does not show respect for everyone's creative ability. Everyone has God-given ability to come up with new ideas, to do things better, to do things differently, to make their work better over time. And if we simply say, I don't care about that, just do what I ask you to do and don't give me your ideas, we're not respecting the ability that each of us has. What happens is that innovation and improvement become rare, and rather we just have a culture in which people accept the way things are, and that's really not helpful for the organization as well as for society at large. So this is the silence. And then ethical violations. Ethical violations are, first of all, bad because they harm people and they cause loss of valuable resources and reputation. Anytime there's abuse, exploitation, fraud, corruption, discrimination, harassment, or any other type of ethical violations, these are things that we want to avoid in our organization. Where do they come from? Very simply, they come from people who are proud or selfish or doing things that are hurtful to others, whether it's in their attitudes or also in their actions. For example, if there's division between two colleagues and groups, if people are unforgiving towards one another, if they're arrogant, prideful compared to one another, this will cause these ethical violations. If we're overly critical of people or overly critical of the quality of the work, but we can also be overly accepting. We can say, oh, that's okay. It's okay that it's late. It's okay that it's poor quality. That's also not a good thing. Theft, when there's theft of materials or people are misusing information, if there's corruption in one way or another, bribery or people exploiting one for some way, sexual harassment, all these things that are or discrimination, all these things that are terribly hurtful and really bad for an organization and for any society. We have a lot of time and energy that we put into it to prevent these things, to detect them when they happen, and investigate them if they do happen. But we have to protect people. We have to promote ethical behavior. We have to address them when we find them. But all this time and energy and loss that's associated with ethical violations, they really are a significant waste to an organization, and we need to do what we can to root them out as much as possible. So these are the 9 types of waste: defects, delays, excess inventory, overproduction, overprocessing, extra motion, transportation, silence, and ethical violations. And as I mentioned, some of this waste is required. It's unavoidable to some extent, but much of it can be eliminated. And we always need to be thinking, first of all, we need to be seeing the waste and then thinking, what can we do to eliminate it or reduce it? And this is what, now we come back to the cow. I hope you all still can see the cow. You will see as you go on now back to your company or think about the work that you do or the work that others do, you will see, this is waste that this person is doing. And it's important that you can see it, but also that you can help others to see waste in their process. And rather than accusing them, oh, this is wasteful, shame on you, bad for you, but we can help them to see the waste and help them to want to improve, then help them to make the process better so that it has less waste. So rather than telling people this is waste, help them to see the waste, and then they and you together can work to reduce it. Okay, any questions on waste? Any questions or comments on waste? Again, silence and ethical violations, I think, are two important things that we can also understand and add to this set. So is there a comment from the hotel group?
So far, no, Andrew.
Okay, great. Okay, if anyone else, let me know. Otherwise, we can keep going. All right. So let me just write down the time. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the 7 habits of process improvement. And this answers the question, where should we begin? Yes, it is 123 MMT. Yeah, sorry. You're 4.5 hours ahead of me. So I'm still always thinking about the time in my time frame. All right, process improvement, 7 habits. Where do we begin? We begin by organizing the area. Creating a neat, organized area where we know where things are, what things are, and the things that we don't need are gone. We just are able to be productive because we have what we need and everything is in its place and it's functional and it's clean. Second element is to make work visual. And what this means is we can see easily what things are, where they belong, and we've outlined things, we've labeled things, but also we have metrics, we have key performance indicators, and we're looking at those to know how our process is performing. Standardized work means we have a known best way of working. We document that, we share that with one another. We're mapping our processes. We're creating standard operating procedures. We're creating checklists and forms so that we can all learn from the best known way of doing things. We want to eliminate waste. We've talked about that, value adding, required non-value adding, and pure waste. We want to get rid of the things that are pure waste, to reduce the required non-value adding so that we can spend as much time as possible adding value, and we can do that over as short a time period as possible. We want also to prevent mistakes so that people are not able to do the wrong thing, or we catch it right away, or we prevent it from becoming a defect that the customer will find as a failure in their product. We want to make the work flow smoothly from beginning to the end of the process with minimum handoffs, minimum delays, minimum excess approvals, or whatever it is. We want what we need when we need it in small batches, smoothly and evenly over time. Solving problems, we want to get down to the root cause of problems. We want to follow the plan, do, check, act cycle in order to make our processes as good as possible. In fact, all these 6 ways are really also ways of solving problems. And solving problems means also preventing them from happening again. So we're going to go through these now one at a time. And the first one is organize the area. This has to do with sort. And you throw out first what you don't need, then you straighten, then you shine, and we'll go through the others later. In sort, we look and see in our area what needs to be there, what doesn't need to be there. And we simply throw some things in the trash, other things we may need to take more time, and we put a red tag on them and make sure that we properly disposition them. Things that we use more often, we put closer to us. Things that we use less often, we put farther away from us. So we have these 3 groups of things. Things we use a lot, we keep them close to us. Things we use someday, a little bit further from us. Things that we never use, we put them in the trash or sell them or get rid of them somehow. So these are 2 examples of things that are not sorted, or a couple examples of desktops that are not sorted. And you can see how it's difficult to work in an environment such as this. The second element is straighten. Sort first, then straighten. Straighten, the phrase here to remember, is a place for everything and everything in its place. Ideally, what we want to do is label things so we can easily identify them. What is it? Who is it? That's why sometimes we use name tags or nameplates, or this is this department, or this is this team, so that people, when they come into an area, they know who's working there and what are they doing. Or we might label things for what things are being used. We also want to outline things with tape, for example, to show where things belong. So when we take something, where do we put it back? We know that that's outlined already. So this is a set of folders and files and folders. They're color-coded, they're labeled, each of them as well. This is another example. This is actually from Medair, I believe in the Jordan program. Every binder has a nice big label on the outside, and they're color-coded to indicate what's inside. This is a little something that we did in the kitchen in Medair offices not far from where I live, with a sticker on every drawer or every cabinet door, except for 1 or 2. We've put a picture of what's inside, the words in English and the words in French, because we have people from English and French who are English and French speaking. To make it easy, when someone comes in the kitchen, if they need aluminum foil, if they need cleaning supplies, if they need forks and knives, they can look very quickly and see where things are. The best example, the original example, I think, of this is what we call a shadow board. And a shadow board is where every tool has a place on this board, and behind every tool is a shadow, an outline of that tool, so that we know when there's a shadow and not a tool, that the thing is empty. But when we come back with the tool at the end of the day or at the end of having used it, we know exactly where it goes, because every tool has its own shadow, and we put that tool right back on its shadow. So we always know quickly, is everything there or not, where to find it, and where to put it back when we're done with it. Shine is the third. So we said sort, get rid of what you don't need, put things further away you use less, closer that you use more often. The second we said was straighten, a place for everything and everything in its place. Shadow boards are a great way of doing this, outlining things, labeling things. And now shine. Shine means we keep things clean from dust, litter, stains, etc. We make sure that things are functioning properly. And if things are broken or torn, we replace them or throw them away or fix them. So again, it's the idea of having a nice, clean, dust-free, dirt-free, stain-free office where everything is working properly. So we're going to play a little game now. This is a game that we will do both in the room and online. So in the room, Tin, if you have, if you can hand out the papers, or let me know that they have been handed out already. Okay, great. Yeah, so go ahead, please hand them out. But for the folks in the room, please don't open them yet. For the folks online, and for everyone, this a little game, and the goal of this game is to, if you're in the room, is to circle with a pen, circle the numbers. Since we're doing it virtually, you're just going to go with the mouse on your screen, and you're going to click on the numbers from 1 to 30 in order as quickly as possible. So you see the numbers here. It would look something like this. I click on the 1, the 2, I click on the 3, and then I click on the 4. So the point is you're clicking on these numbers from 1 to 30 as quickly as possible in sequence. So the people online, you just have to get your mouse ready. I'll have a timer which will be on the screen. And what we're going to do is we're going to afterwards, you're going to write how many you got. Simplification. Run number 1. Okay, so is everyone in the room ready with their sheets? Okay, great. So let's turn on the back of the first sheet so there should be 3 pieces of paper. On the back of the first piece of paper, it should say page 1. Okay, and it should look like this. So I have a workstation, and my workstation has the numbers from 1 to 30. Starting with the number 1, how high can you click, or how high can you circle the numbers in order in 15 seconds? And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, begin. Three, 2, 1, and stop, please. Okay, if you would, please write down in the chat what's the highest number that you got to. Write down in chat what's the highest number you reached. Okay, 2, 3, 5, 2, 4. Okay, relatively consistent. Only a handful of numbers that we're able to circle. Oh, somebody, I'm not sure, Zinmar, if you understood the question. The point is you have to circle every number from 1, circle the number 2, circle the number 3, circle the number 4, or click on each of these numbers. Okay, if Niwin got up to 9 or someone got up to 10, during those 15 seconds, I'm very impressed because it's quite an unusual feat to be able to get so high in such a short time of 15 seconds with this. Okay, so we're going to do this again. So don't write anymore now. This is run number 2 after first sort. So let's go to the next page. And in this page, we've gotten rid of everything that doesn't need to be there. All the stars and parentheses and whatever, we've gotten rid of them. Now we're going to do the same exercise from 1 to 30. Circle them as quickly as you can, beginning in 3, 2, 1, start. Two, 1, and stop. And let me know what is the highest number that you reached. Okay, 9, 13, 14, 10, 8, 9, 8, 8, 10, 10, 11, 15. Okay, so quite a significant increase in the numbers that you've reached. Often we were 3, 4, 5, and now we're quite a bit different. Okay. Well done. Well done. All right. Now, if you can stop your writing. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to do after sort. Now we're going to sort things a second time, and let's take a look at what that looks like. Now we've straightened them all out. We've put them all in a grid, making it easier for you. So go ahead and let's do it again. 3, 2, 1, begin. Three, 2, 1, stop. Okay, please write in the highest number that you reached. Okay, so we've improved again a little bit. Some people got even all the way up to 20 or to 17, 13, 15. So we had a big jump the first time, a smaller jump this time, but also I think a slightly increase. Okay, we're going to do this one more time. And in this next slide, you can turn your sheets over again if you're in the room. Now we've organized them sequentially from 1 to 30. So we've straightened it one more time. In sequence. Okay, get yourselves ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Three, 2, 1, stop. I saw someone in the end. People are rejoicing. It looks like you've done quite well. Okay, so almost everyone is able to get to 30. Some people 26, 27, but many of you got all the way up to 30. Okay, congratulations. So let's think about this. Why did we why were we able to do so well? We were able to do so well because we sorted, we got rid of what we didn't need, and then we straightened a couple different times to make it as easy as possible for people to do the work that they need to do. Now, let's take a look at one more slide. You can turn your pages over one more time to the very last side of the very end. And anyone write down, not everyone has to write down, but the couple people write down which numbers are missing. Okay, 13. Which numbers are missing? 17 and 27. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Very easy. Why is it easy? Because we've put a place for everything. And now we see that some things are not in their place. We can see that 13, 17, and 27 are empty. If we wanted to, we could even highlight, make it have some automatic way of highlighting the ones that makes it easier to see which ones are missing. And this is part of visual management. Very often we do visual as part of the 5S or 6S or workplace organization. Sometimes we can also do it separately. So we want to make it as easy as possible for people to succeed, and as easy as possible for people to see what is wrong when there's a problem. And that's what we saw in this exercise. So you can hang on to those. I will have the file that you can print out. You can use this exercise with any organization you're working with. It's a great, simple way of demonstrating this idea of workplace organization. All right, the second topic now is labeling. And we label several things. We want to label things, outline things, we want to make things visible. So we can begin by labeling what things are and where they belong. You can see in this picture here, this is one that I took of work that we did when I was in Ethiopia with World Vision. You can see the big stapler is labeled very simply, we just put electrical tape, we laid the tape down and wrote big stapler and hole punch. And now anytime anyone in the office needs these tools, they know exactly where to go to find them. And when they're done using them, they know exactly where to put them back. We could also label the stapler itself and label the hole punch itself if we wanted to. And this is, again, the example of a shadow board. These are different tools. Every one of them has its shadow. And these are ways of always knowing where to find the tools and where to put them back when you're done, and if there's something missing. A convenient thing that I find on my computer from Microsoft Outlook is that when I have a new email, this little icon of an envelope, the yellowish envelope shows up to show me I have a new email. And if I want to look, I can look. I also don't need to look. But that's the point. I can see if I have something without going into my email inbox to look for it. And this is the full set of note ring binders in the Jordan office, and you can see nicely color-coded and labeled, so we can see easily if there's a problem, or we can know easily where to find things. Now, some of you might have noticed that on the bottom left-hand corner of my screen, there's a little computer mouse. Do you know, can someone tell me, either writing in the chat or raise your hand or just unmute and speak, what purpose for me does this mouse serve? And it's not a pointer. It doesn't select anything for me. Why do I have it on my slides? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I think it is your own remark.
Yes. It's my own remark. It's my own reminder. Yes. So, Saint, if I'm saying that right.
You will see the one remark with your life and also. Yes, can I speak in Burmese language?
ပြောပြရ
Yes, တခုခုကိုပေါ့နော်ဟိုကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အမှတ်တစ်ခုနေပေါ့နော်ဒီစလိုက်အတာအုံးလေးဆိုတာကိုကိုက
Yeah. So what it does is it shows me that there's animation on the slide, and when it moves, I know that the slide is finished. So when there are things on the slide that I need to click through, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. But when this animation is finished, it moves very slightly from the corner, a little bit away from the side. And that helps me know all the animation is now done, and I can stop, I can summarize before moving on to the next slide. Because if I don't know how many animations there are, I might go too far. And next slide, and then I have to come back, and that's embarrassing. So it's a visual way. These little bubbles here also are telling me the similar thing when I need to click as I go through these points. But it's a visual indicator for me when the slide has animation that remains, it's in the corner, and when there's animation is finished, it moves away from the corner, and I can see that. All right. Making work visual. Another important thing is to know and to be able to see quickly and easily the performance of the process. So we have to set measures, we have to measure them, we have to set indicators, we have to measure them, we should create targets of where we want to be, and then we need to look at them. So always we need to ask the question first, how will we measure performance? How will we know whether this process is doing well or not? And once we determine those measures and how to measure them, we determine the indicators and how to measure them, then we say, what's the target? Where do I want to be? Do I want to, if it's how long things take, do we want to take 2 weeks? Do we want it to take 1 week? Do we want to take 3 days? What is our target? And then we can show the progress of our process. We can show in charts or in graphs or in what's called a Kanban board. We can show the progress of our process, and we can show how it's performing over time. And then when we look at that, we can make improvements when things are not good the way that they should be. And we'll talk, all of these things we'll talk more about, but this is just the first introduction. So the first one was organize the area. The second was make work visual. And now the third is standardize work. And standardized work has several elements, the first of which is to map and document a process. And we've done this already, and we've used this format: subject, verb, direct object. Who is doing what to what? And the who is not a person by name, it's by role, by job title. And we have an action, and then on what we're doing that action. And it's very helpful, very important to create process maps, such as this one. The process owner identifies and prioritizes processes. You can see in blue, the process owner is the subject, identifies and prioritizes is the verb, or verbs in this case, and processes are the direct object. Next, the team maps the process with input from stakeholders. The team is the subject, maps is the verb, process is the direct object. Now, normally we don't write these things in colors. I just wanted to show them to you now. The rest of the process goes like this. After the team has mapped the process, they decide which documentation is necessary. Is it a procedure? Then they create a procedure for the performers, the people who do the work of the process. Or they create a how-to guide, which is for the customers of the process. So if we have a recruitment process, the human resources team that follows the standard operating procedure for how to recruit someone, but the hiring manager, who's the customer of the process, they would get a how-to guide that would give them a brief explanation of how to hire someone, what forms need to be filled in, where do we send the forms, how long does it take, where do you find the salary grades, and things like that. And then over time, the team improves the process and we update our procedures and our how-to guides. But very importantly, and we'll come back to this later, standards are not meant to prevent any progress. They're a springboard for learning improvement because they represent the best way to do things. So when new people join our organization, they right away have all the wisdom, all the experience, all the learning of everyone else because we put it into the standard operating procedure. And then 10 people, rather than doing things 10 different ways, all do it the same best way we've learned from every one of the 10 people. And then we can improve that so that every time one person makes an improvement, all 10 people are improving together. And we're rapidly increasing the performance of our process that way. Because we have a standard that's the best known way of doing work. There's additional guidance on this at this link, but we'll go into this additional guidance ourselves later over the next couple of days. Standardized work also means that we're preparing for success. We are identifying what needs to be done, who needs to do it, and when do they need to do it. We develop standards, for example, an item catalog or a bill of quantity. So this company, this European company, IKEA, makes great catalogs. They also make great work instructions, but it's very easy to find what you want. In MedAire, when we go into community, we have a standard design for a latrine. We have a standard design for a hospital, for a medical clinic. We have a standard design for a well or for a borehole. And these standard designs, we adjust them as needed, but we don't have to reinvent things every time. We have a standard for how we do things, and we rely on those. And they help us to be more effective and more efficient, especially. But the other thing that can cause problems is if we don't prepare well, and if we come and do things too late. If at the very last minute, we have to print something, which is one of my problems that this time it may cost more because we have to do it, we have to pay for it rather than being able to do it somewhere else that's less expensive, as an example. So anytime we are expediting, anytime we say, wait, stop doing everything else, do this, correct this, modify that, at the late time, it causes problems. And there's this phrase we can remember: if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So it's very important to plan our work ahead of time so that we will succeed. Part of standardizing work is also simplifying it. We want to reduce our work as far as possible. We want to make it, for example, there's this quote from Albert Einstein: make everything as simple as possible, but not simpler. We can oversimplify, but as a rule, it's helpful to simplify our processes. So rather than so many pens, markers in a bucket, probably most of which don't work, we just need 4 markers that really work well. So the goal here is to have one known, best known way of doing things. To use the phrase of one of my former colleagues on the Atlas rocket, less is more. Fewer options, fewer variants can lead to greater efficiency and higher quality. Also, part of standardizing work is to create checklists and forms. And again, it's a separate topic we will cover in a few days, beginning of next week, in fact, if we're on schedule. And it answers the question, what must I do or what must I write in order to succeed? A checklist answers the question, what must I do? A form answers, what must I write in order to succeed? They should be easy to understand, easy to use, and we should keep them current, not letting them get out of date. And we always need to be sure that we can look at it easily and know what to do, so it's visually intuitive, and we have to give people enough space to write. This is one of the most common challenges with forms. I see it again and again. Here's a humorous example of a complaint form which says, please write your complaint legibly in the box below. The problem is there's so little space, you can't complain. And so we don't get any complaints. And if we don't want complaints, that's okay. But normally we do. I traveled a lot in East Africa when I lived for 3 years in Nairobi. And my least favorite form to fill in was from Ethiopia. The space was so small and so difficult to write things legibly, and so much information was requested. I can't imagine that anyone even actually read these things. On the other hand, the countries of Rwanda and Burundi had almost identical forms for immigration, and these were larger forms. They had check boxes. They had very clearly the date, the month, the year on things that had dates on them, and they didn't ask for so much information. And nowadays, in fact, when you go to those countries, it's all online, even easier. But wouldn't it be nice if somehow they could connect it to the airline ticket and you wouldn't even have to type these things in because you've already filled them in somewhere else? There are some guides from the Plain English Company that you can look at here to give insight on how to create good checklists and forms. So we've talked about organize the area, make work visual, standardize work, and now we're in the 4th of these 8 habits, and this one is eliminate waste. What this means is we begin by asking our customer, what's of value to you? What's important to you? What's most important to you? What do you want? What are you willing to pay for? What do you not like? And we listen to our customer and know what's of value to them. Then we make this judgment on every step in the process. Is it value adding? If it is, that means it's transforming something. It means it's done right. And it means the customer pays or is willing to pay for it to be done. Many times there are steps in our process that aren't adding value, but they are required by the law to reduce risk, to make sure that we are compliant, to put controls on our process, or because of transportation. So many things we do, they're not required, they're not adding value, but they are required. On the other hand, there are also often many things that aren't adding value, they're not required, and we should not be doing them. We should stop them or put them in the trash, as the symbol indicates. So, organize the area, make work visual, standardize work, eliminate waste, and the 5th one is prevent mistakes. So we look at all the possible mistakes that can be made, and we create means to prevent them or to detect them. And here's probably in India or Pakistan somewhere, a poor donkey who was, they put boxes on the back of the cart, and too many, unfortunately. Probably there was something keeping the back of the cart up, and when they took that out, the weight was just too much. That was a simple mistake, fortunately not a very harmful one, but a mistake that could have been avoided and needs to be rectified quickly. There are other ways to eliminate mix-ups, accidents, and forgetting. This is a simple example of a tablet called Simvastatin, which has in this packaging every day of the week. It has two tablet capsules per day. And if you want to know, have I taken one this day, you simply look to see is the foil empty or not. This is especially helpful for older people because older people typically need more medicines. They also typically are more forgetful. So we have to find simple ways to prevent them from being mixed up or forgetting. And this is a great way to do that. Also, one of my things is every time I have a meeting, an appointment, or something important I need to do, I set a timer and set a meeting reminder so that I do that. Next, we have this, like this cable on the floor here. This is what we call an accident waiting to happen. And simply we can prevent this from happening by covering it or by moving the cable, plugging it in somewhere on the same side of the aisle, just against the wall. But we want to be careful to prevent things from happening so that we don't have quality problems or injuries. This is another example of mistake proofing. It is putting the gas cap on a little cable so that you cannot lose the gas cap. This prevents the mistake of losing gas caps, which I once did when I was first learning to drive. So we're on number 6 now. The first 5 are make work, organize the workplace rather, make work visual, standardize work, eliminate waste, prevent mistakes, and number 6, make the work flow smoothly from beginning to end. And it has several facets. And the first one is that we should remove delays and we should shrink the batches. So anytime that we find a delay in our process, we need to think about why is this delay here and what can we do to eliminate the cause of it so that we can shorten the time it takes to perform our process. And one of the typical things that causes delays is excessive handoffs or approvals. So there are 5 people, and if we involve them in our process this way, it's too much. What we rather would like to do is to have directly from one person to the next, and not to involve people who don't really need to be involved in the process. And this will dramatically streamline our process, make it much faster. If we have 5 approvals on one particular decision or one particular procurement or hiring decision, the problem is that people at the beginning will think, there are more people approving it, I don't need to look so carefully. Or people at the end will think, so many people have looked at it already, I don't need to be so careful. What we rather want is, let's say 2 people, and we hold them accountable. We say, this is your decision, you have to make the right decision on this. Don't push it off to other people. Because the people all the way at the top here, they often don't know what's actually being approved. I remember when I was with World Vision in East Africa, in Ethiopia, the country director had to approve every new hire in the country. Ethiopia is a big country. This had to be done in paper, so that the documents to hire a new person had to be driven from some distant part of the country, all the way, maybe a day's worth trip, maybe 2 days worth trip to the capital of Addis Ababa, and then wait a day or a couple of days until the country director is available. You can sign the thing before they can go back to their area program and hire the person. And when we finally asked the country director about it, she said, "Oh, thank you for getting rid of that. I didn't want to do it. I just felt I had to. I didn't even know who these people were. I didn't know on the basis of what they were hired. I just signed it in order to make the process work." And this is what we need to do, is these such excessive, redundant, really not beneficial in any way approvals, we need to eliminate them and really hold people accountable for making good decisions and doing their work with high quality. The other cause of poor flow is batches. And when we do things in large batches, we have to store items, we have delays, we have control issues, we have losses along the way. What we want to do is think through, why do we do things in large batches? What's the effort that is required to move from doing this to move to doing that? And if we can shrink that effort, then we can do these things in what's called more of a single piece flow method. And that's how we want to do our work. Just take a quick note. Making workflow also has to do with producing our products, our goods and services in response to the pull of the customer. So we let the customer be the one to decide, what do we produce and when do we produce it? Because it's the customer we're aiming to please. And very often, our processes are uneven over time. So if we're in the finance department and we have the end of the month, and then end of the quarter, we have lots of work because we're doing end of quarter reports. And then the end of the month, we have a little, end of the month, and end of the quarter, we have a lot of work. What can we do to smooth that out over time so that every month we're doing a similar amount? And we may need to do more in these months that prepare us for the end of quarter financial report, so that doesn't become so difficult. Now we're at the last of our 7 habits. The first habit is organize the area. The second one, make work visual. The third, standardize work. The fourth, eliminate waste. The fifth, eliminate or prevent mistakes. The sixth, we just finished, make work flow. And the seventh is solve problems. Even though all these 6 that we just looked at are ways of solving problems, this is specifically focused on the techniques that we use to solve problems. And probably the most famous and most practiced, because it's so easy and simple, is this approach that we call PDCA, plan, do, check, act. And in PDCA, the plan has to do with defining, measuring, analyzing, and then creating a plan. And the problem that we're trying to solve is, as a rule, a difference between where we are and where we want to be. The difference between this process should take 1 week and it's taking us 3 weeks to do. The gap is that 2 weeks too long. That's the problem that we're trying to solve. Then we measure the current state. How often does it happen? How big is the problem really? And then what's causing it? We do the root cause analysis. And based on that analysis of the process of the data, then we create a plan, an action plan. What are we going to do? Who's going to do it? When is it going to be done? And how will we make those improvements? And then the second part of PDCA is do, implement, make the improvement, make the changes. Too often in process improvement, we stop here and we just keep going. And we don't know did the improvement or did the change lead to an improvement or not? Did we achieve our goal or not? And we always want to check, measure, did the change lead to an improvement or not? And if it didn't, we may need to go back and reanalyze and replan, or at least redo. But we need to adjust if we didn't get what we wanted to. If we did get what we wanted to, then we can continue and we can use the new process, adapt to the improved process, standardize it, and then to make sure that the changes continue. Plan, do, check, and act. And it's like we're rolling a ball, this PDCA cycle, we're rolling it up the hill. And every time we improve the process, we move the standard also up the hill, this way for you, so that the process doesn't fall back to the old way of doing things, but we maintain that improved process performance. Another part of this is a technique that I call Ask 3 Questions. And these are questions that a manager can ask their team members, the team that's working for them, or we can ask our colleagues as well. It doesn't have to be only manager. So MEDAIR, the NGO that I work for, they responded to the Beirut blast. It was just over 2 years ago in Beirut, Lebanon. And they were very effective. In fact, they rebuilt many homes, and they, in fact, were given more responsibility to rebuild more homes because they did such a good job with the ones that they had been originally asked to do. And other NGOs were having problems, and other NGOs were not able to make progress the way MEDAIR did. One of the reasons I believe that MEDAIR made such great progress is because the leaders were asking these 3 questions of their teams. And this is came out of a study that we did with the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, Switzerland. We did a case study on the MEDAIR response. So we've interviewed people, we've analyzed, and we found that among many other things, but specifically they were asking these questions, and they're very helpful to spur innovation and improvement. And the first one is to simply ask the team, what is causing problems? What is causing delays? What is causing mistakes? What is causing you to move without adding value? Where are we transporting things? Where are we reworking or other types of waste? What is causing problems in your process? Now, at another time, we may want to ask kind of the mirror image of this question, not what is causing problems, but how can we do this better? What ideas do you have? What innovations? How can we make this process easier, higher quality? How can we make it safer, faster, cheaper, more participative, whatever better looks like? Ask the team doing the work, how could we do this better? So the question 1 is looking at problems. The question 2 is looking at opportunities. And both are important to ask about. And thirdly, a different perspective, a different question. We won't ask these all at the same time, but sometimes one may make more sense than the other. The last question is, what do you need to succeed? So if I'm a manager, I give my team member an assignment. I want you to do this in this time frame. Here's what I expect from you to be done. And then I say to the person I've given the assignment to, what do you need to succeed? Do you need information? Do you need someone to make a decision? Do you need a tool? Do you need someone to take action? Do you need help from me? What do you need to succeed? What it does is it gives them the responsibility for the success of their work. And they can say, oh, I don't think I can succeed if I don't have this, or I need that. And these are all opportunities for improvement. And then what we can do once we have the answers to these questions, then we can go back and we can analyze them. And we can go through the plan, do, check, act cycle. So asking 3 questions is very important. Also, when we're solving problems, we want to address root causes. And the first thing we need to make sure is that we're solving problems, preventing them from happening again, rather than fixing every time these problems surface and they cause trouble for us. So the point is we solve problems, we prevent them, rather than fighting fires every time they come back and cause trouble. We don't blame people. We don't say, you are the cause of this. We always ask, why did this person do this? What was it in the process that wasn't good, that caused this person or allowed this person to make the mistake? And we do that by the root cause analysis. For example, asking why 5 times. In any process or in anything in life, the root determines the fruit. If we want good fruit, we have to have good roots, and therefore we ask why 5 times to get down to the root cause of the problems that we're having. And again, later we'll do some exercises in this. So we need to address root causes. And as much as possible, as the book from Stephen Spear, The High Velocity Edge, says, solve them right away. Don't pass on mistakes. Stop and solve the problem now. And we'll talk about the andon cord. This is a cable in every assembly line that a worker in Japan can pull on to indicate there's a problem, I need help. And we want to solve the problem right away. And so what we want to do is we want to determine then what's the root cause. How can we prevent this from happening again, rather than just letting it pass on? Somebody else might or might not find it. When we have tools or information, we want to make sure that they're correct, that they're updated, and that we are all working to the best known way of doing things with the best tools that we have. This is a picture. I did not take it, although I have been to the Boeing assembly areas in Seattle, in or around Seattle, Washington, in the United States. They used to have their airplane assembly building, one airplane here, another airplane here, another airplane here, another airplane there. They used to sit in one place the whole time, and everyone would bring the tools and everyone would come to the airplane, and then they'd go to work on the next plane, and then they'd go to work on the next plane. But Boeing, even though these things are so big, they decided that a better way to produce aircraft would be to have a moving assembly line. So you can't see it actually, but these airplanes are moving every minute about 5 centimeters down the length of the building. Now, why would they do that? They're connecting the planes very closely to one another. If one stops, all the planes behind it also have to stop. You might think that that's a very inefficient way to run a factory. But there are some reasons that they do it. It's beneficial for some reasons. What do you think might be some of these reasons that this is actually a helpful way to run an assembly of aircraft? You can type in the chat, or if you have a comment, you can simply, you want to say something, you can simply unmute.
Hello.
Yes.
I see the media.
So why is it helpful to move the airplanes through the factory rather than bringing the work to the airplanes? Any thoughts on that? So Yituntun writes, the need work done consistently for each airplane so that all airplanes can produce in a timely manner. Okay, and we also have healthy pressure, and that's right on target for checking pressure to keep moving. I think the airplane moves the entire length. So the airplane moves the entire length, little by little, every minute they're moving a little distance. So there are several different reasons. I'll give you a couple. Thank you for writing the things that you've written. If we have the airplanes moving down, anytime we look to see where is the airplane in the factory, we know exactly how far the airplane has been, work on the airplane has been completed, because every stage has, we do this at this mark, we do this at this, we put the engines on here, we put the seats on here, we put the flight controls on here, we put this on here, this on here. So every part, along the length of that whole trajectory, we know exactly what's been done. And we only have to do it in one place. We don't have to take the work to 5 different places. The airplanes move, so all the tools, you can see they're laid out on the side here. All the tools are only just one set and in one location. And in fact, these areas here are what we call feeder lines. You can see these are airplane, maybe it's hard to see. They're airplane engines here. And these are feeder lines because this roughly is where the engines are put onto the airplane. And this may be the seats, and this may be the cockpit, and this may be the cargo bay, and this may be whatever. So all the things that go into the airplane, they're assembled and they're put in the airplane at one place, one set of tools. It reduces a lot of movement, among other things. But what it also does is it provides some healthy pressure. I don't want to be the one to cause this thing to stop. And so I am proactive. I in advance, I reduce the amount of time that there may be a problem because I'm trying to prevent problems from happening. And it's in the beginning, when they first put this together, there were a lot of stoppages and it in fact was less efficient. But over time, people became more efficient. They were better at preventing problems and solving them quickly. When an airplane is just sitting in one place, you don't know the status, and it's easy to think, well, if we don't do this today, we'll do it in the next week. It won't cause so many problems, but it does cause problems. There are workarounds. There are tools that are needed there that can't go somewhere else. And so really, this is, in the end, the best way to do this. Why? Because we're creating some healthy pressure to solve problems quickly and, in fact, to prevent them in the first place. And the airplane goes one time all the way from beginning to end. So these are our 7 ways of improving processes: organize the area, make work visual, standardize work, eliminate waste, prevent mistakes, make workflow, and solve problems. The first 3 are about stabilizing the process. The second 3 are about optimizing the process. In fact, all of them are about ways in which we solve problems. So when we think about this, this is the simple diagram for this. Organize the area. This is our example of a shadow board. Make work visual, glasses so that we can easily see what's going on. Standardize work, a picture of a document, SOP, standard operating procedure. These are ways in which we stabilize the process, put it on a firm foundation, and make it repeatable. We're already making improvements, but the focus here is on stabilizing. Then we eliminate waste, get rid of the things we don't need. And we prevent mistakes. This is an emergency button where there's a cover over it, so we can't make that mistake. And then make work flow smoothly from beginning to end. This is a symbol of a river here, flowing smoothly. These are ways of optimizing, of improving process performance. And then solving problems. We have the image of the route. because the root determines the fruit. We want to get to the root causes. In stabilized, we know what's happening in the process. In optimized, we're looking at making it better. And in solving problems, we're being scientific and creative about how to make things better overall. And we're experimenting using the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle. Now, when we look at the changes that we made in the Energizer simulation, we find out that, in fact, we've already learned these 7 methods. We've eliminated the customer order sheet. I'm sorry, in this case, just take a quick note. It's the DRS. We've eliminated batches so that the work can flow. We've improved the layout. It's also part of making workflow or organizing the area. We said 1 order maximum between steps. That's part of making workflow. We eliminated the coding system. That was a way of preventing mistakes from happening. We got rid of the triangle. It's part of simplify in order to standardize work. We organized the shapes visually, part of organized work, also part of make work visual. 1 easy to use form, part of standardized work. Improved the work instructions, indicated the sizes, diagrammed the process flow, which was both eliminate waste and standardize work. All these are ways of solving problems. So we've already been doing, we've already experienced, and you already experienced in your work, all these things. And I want to make this important note that process improvement is not rocket science. It is something that you already know how to do, and you already do it. And it's the same thing is true in the companies that you work in or that you'll be working for. People already know how to improve processes. They are already making improvements, but our goal now is to accelerate it, to name it. We give some common terminology to it, but the goal is then that we're able to accelerate and make more improvements because we have a structured approach for it, we have common terminology for it, and we can all encourage and help one another to make improvements. So, do we have any questions about this topic, these 7 habits, which the rest of our time together in these 2 weeks, we will be spending time going over each of these. But any questions now?
About maybe Dominic.
Okay. Well, if not, we have a break now at 10 o'clock, which for you is 2:30 in the afternoon. We'll break for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at your local time at 2:45. And if you have questions, things you want to ask at that time, let me know. Then we will also continue with our next topic, which is Toyota Kata. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to seeing you at 2:45 in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay. Why don't we get started again? Okay, so what we're going to do now is continue on topic of kata. And Toyota kata is an approach to making improvements that is a bit more structured than PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. And it gives us a bit more strength in how we make our improvements. Sorry, I'm trying to just take a quick note of the of our timing. Okay, right on time. So in Toyota kata, there was a movie. I don't know if you see these movies in your country called Karate Kid. It was about a young boy who was moved to a new school, and he was being made fun of or beaten up sometimes by some bad boys, and he ended up at one point being protected by an older Japanese gentleman who was a martial arts karate expert. And the young boy asked the older man, "Can you teach me how to defend myself?" And the man was a bit hesitant, but then he said, "Okay." And the first job that the man gave to the boy in his education in martial and karate was he had to wash and wax all of the cars that this older gentleman had, which is maybe 20. And he also had to paint a very long fence that the older gentleman had. And the technique that he had to use to put the wax on the cars was to have put the wax on with one hand, and then to put the wax, rub the wax off with the other hand, and wax on and wax off and wax on and wax off. And again he had to do this for many cars. And then the fence had wood slats which were like this, and so he had to paint up the fence and down the fence, and up the fence and down the fence, and then with his other hand up the fence and down the fence. And at some point the boy got so frustrated, he had been doing this for so many days and he was sore, and he said, "I'm not going to do this anymore, this is stupid." And the older gentleman said, "Let me show you why I am teaching you these things." And the older man started to throw a punch towards the boy, and the boy was able to block it, and he was able to block another one, and then block another one, and block a kick. And what the man had been teaching him was these forms, these ways of movement that were in the end became a natural reaction of the boy to, which were part of his learning how to protect himself. And the word that is used for these emotions that one practices again and again and again is the Japanese word kata. So Toyota kata then is the forms or the ways that the employees in Toyota normally respond when they have a problem. It becomes a natural it's naturally developed. It becomes natural because it's the natural way that we respond to things, but it's developed by practice again and again. And so what we're going to look at now is a practice for improving that can be developed over time because we do it again and again. It's a form and it becomes natural in the way that we respond to things. So when we think about improvement, when we think about how we're going to make something better, there are two possibilities about how we make improvements. And one possibility is that we will simply begin with, well, what do you think? What might be ways that we want to begin our improvement? Where do we start to improve? Someone kind of asked this question. Where do we start to improve?
ကောင်းတဲ့ရှိရပြော
Oh, I didn't understand that. Yeah. Okay, very good. Thanks.
Now we are about to the kata sakra dine thava do kara dine china to reach the time over the semi kaja bono china so thakha reach the yo lo wa solution to a di kara de ma to a yan chuan that is why we get on so sa ya wa nai to chuan de nai de ne de da so ye chuan de ne kara de ma to a အဲကြောင့်လို့လုံးနေတာအလုပ်တစ်ခုတွေကိုပဲစိတ်မှာအချိန်များစွာထပ်ခါလုပ်ဆောင်ပြီးလက်စိတ်ကြီးနဲ့တိုးတက်အောင်လုပ်ဆောင်
Yeah. So we focus in one way. If I understood, we focus on the things that people do again and again, and they improve those, and over time they become more skilled and better and producing higher quality work. Yeah, very good. I also see in the chat that we improve in our processes, and also we can be strategic. Saint Ma wrote, or Sema, we can gain the best with the least effort and resources, and we'll that's one of the techniques we'll talk about later. But here's two ways we can look at improvement. We can simply start with the things that bother us. If something is annoying, if something is problematic, if something we find there must be a better way, or this is stupid, or I don't like this, then we can simply use that to find as an indicator of where we should begin to improve. Start with what bothers us. And this is the Paul Akers approach. And we will look at one or more of his videos over time. This is one clever way to improve. On the other hand, we can use the Stephen Covey approach, which he's identified in these 7 habits of highly effective people, which is to begin with the end in mind. Begin with where you want to go and then work your way towards getting there. Rather than whatever bothers you, think about where do you want to be, where improvements, where's the problem, where's the gap, and be strategic about that. So when we think about gaps in our process, in our performance, there in fact are 3 basic reasons for a gap in performance. It may be that over a long time we've had a target and we've been below that target for a long time also. There's a historical gap. And what we need to do is make improvements to close that gap so that our actual performance meets the target. And this is called long-term underperformance. The causes are many. The solution is process improvement. Another cause of performance gap may be that we were meeting the target, but for some reason things went down. And because of some problem occurring, some cause, sorry, let me take a quick note. For some special cause, we have now a gap in something went wrong. We have a gap in our performance. And as a rule, this is something that then we can apply process improvement to bring it back up to the performance that it was before. And as a rule, this is because something broke or something changed. And our goal then is to find that cause and some special cause that we need to address, and that can bring things back to our desired performance. Another possibility is that we want to become better. And so we have been meeting our historical targets, but we increase the target in order to get better. And this means that we create a gap. We need to make an improvement. And this is because we have a gap because we want to get better. And the cause then really is growth. It's not something that the process was not doing correctly. It's that we want to get better. And again, we imply process improvement. Now, if we think about a mountain and we want to go on a hiking trip, we can ask the question, where do we want to end up? And we can say, well, and we can go here in the Swiss Alps, or maybe some mountains in your country. We can answer the question, I want to end up at the top of the mountain. And then we can ask the next question is, where are we now? And we can answer the question, well, we are in the valley. And then we can ask another question is, what is our next near-term goal? What's the next thing that we want to achieve? And we can answer that. In this case, let's reach the top of the next ridge. Then we can ask, what is hindering us from achieving this next near-term goal? And we might find that there's some underbrush, there's a dark forest, or that we don't have water. And then we ask the question, which one of these will we work on? And in this case, the answer is no water. It probably makes sense to make sure we have water, enough water. And then we ask the question, what will we do to reach our near-term goal? How will we address that? And in this case, the answer might be, let's find a lake and let's fill up our bottles. Then we ask the question, did we achieve the expected outcome? In this case, yes, we got the water. Show me, look, our bottles are full. If not, what did we learn? And maybe in any case, we learn that we should next time, we should start out with full bottles of water. And once we've addressed that, then we can go back to this list of things that were obstacles to us, and we can say, which one will we try next? Which thing will we address next? And in this case, the answer might be, let's head into the forest now. So this is basically the outline of the rhythm of Toyota Kata. It's something developed by Mike Rother by observing what Toyota did. You won't go to Toyota and find this Toyota Kata written out. It's something that they do naturally. They naturally think, where do I want to be? Where am I now? What's my next target? What will I do to get there? So these are basically questions that we ask that will guide our process innovation or our process improvement. And the questions are, what is your long-term goal? What is your challenge? Where are you now? What is your next target condition? What obstacles are hindering you? Which one of these will you work on now? What will you do to make progress towards the target? What result do you expect? And did you achieve the expected outcome? And then if so, show me. Not, what did you learn and what will you do differently? And then once you've succeeded, what will you try next? And these are basically the steps of plan, do, check, and act. They're just with a bit more detail, but it's the same basic approach: plan, do, check, act in greater structure. So if we think about this in a box preparation process, we might pick as an indicator the number of boxes that we produce per hour, and it might look something like this. What is our long-term goal? 120 boxes per hour. Where are we now? 60 boxes per hour. What's our next target condition? We'll be happy if we reach 80 boxes per hour. What's hindering us from producing 80 boxes per hour? Well, there are many different methods that people use. There's no clear place to work. There are unnecessary items in the area. There's no clear flow, etc., etc. And then we ask the question, which one of these will you work on next? Let's work on no clear flow. What will you do to address that cause? We will organize the area for flow. And then once you've done that, did we achieve the expected outcome? Yes. For example, our outcome was to go from 60 to 70. We've gotten to 70. Then we can realize that, yeah, 70 is still not 80, but we got the results that we achieved, that we expected to achieve from this. Now we can go back and say, okay, it's only part of the solution. Let's see what else we can do. And let's standardize the box folding process. And maybe that will get us up to the 80 that we're looking for next. So this is the overall flow of Toyota Kata. Where are we? Where do we want to go first? In the long term, where are we now? What's our next target? What's hindering us? What will we do? What progress did we achieve? And then what did we learn? And what will we do next? It's a continuous cycle of improvement. So all improvement is, in some sense, scientific. It means we're making small improvements on things that bother us using plan, do, check, act. Sorry, I'm going to take one more note here. We are also doing focused incremental improvements that are focused on achieving specific goals. And we'll talk later about A3 thinking or Toyota Kata, which we just looked at now. And the goal in these is that we're going to experiment and try different things because we don't know exactly what's going to work. On the other hand, there are larger improvements that we may make. We'll hold a workshop, an event, to bring people together to solve a problem. Here we use project management tools. We use what we'll look at later also to make, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. And this is where I mentioned, if we're going to look for improvements, we should, when we're pulling a team together, we should strive for at least 50% improvement in some of these key areas. But when we're doing small, Paul Akers, his book that he promotes this idea, he says just a 2-second improvement is enough. Every day, you should make your work better by at least 2 seconds. Small incremental improvements that add up over time. Are there any questions about this module of Toyota Kata? We will address these topics again later. Yeah, so we need to improve at the point where the defects are occurring. That's exactly right. So that gives us our problem, and we have too many defects. Where are those defects happening? We want to focus there. And we always want to know where we're going long term, what's our current condition. That's step number 2. We have to understand where we are, and then before we can talk about what do we need to do to improve. Okay, great. Then let us keep going. And our next topic now is how to run the Process Excellence Energizer. So these modules that we've just gone over, as well as the next one on what is lean, are things that you will want to, when you go to a new company, if you as a consultant or in your own company, organization, you can run the Process Excellence Energizer. And it will be easier than those who did it with me online, because you'll be doing it face-to-face. And just like Tin did a very nice job running it with the people in the room, it will be an easier process if it's well prepared. And Tin, I had given him some videos to look at, and he went through those videos, and that really helped him. And he printed things out, organized things nicely, followed the instructions, and I think it went quite well as a result. In fact, better than it normally does, even with me. So it was well done. But let's take a look at this. And these are files in Google Docs that you are free to download and use as part of your work as quality champions with a local quality hub. So this is the folder. It's called ITC Process Excellence Energizer package. I'll give you the link right now. So anyone can view, which means you can download the files. You won't be able to modify them, but you can download the files. So let me go here to everyone. And the link is also in the documentation, in the PowerPoint slide deck. Energizer. Okay, there it is. And let me just go to the next slide here. So the link I've just shared with you. And in these files, you'll see online, I just want to look first at the types of files that there are. There are the instructions. The most important thing is this instructor notes here. Read the instructor notes. It's quite long, but it gives a very good explanation of what I'm trying to do, how to set the room up, how to set up the parts, how to set up the tables, how we do the process mapping, how we do the brainstorming. It shows you pictures of how the process is in action. And we'll take a look at it in just a moment, but it's a very important guide to helping you do this, to do this well. It also includes a flyer that you can modify to your situation and send that out or post it up on the wall for people to know what the training is about and when it will happen and where. And then there are a handful of files to print. You can see here the word print is at the beginning of this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So these are all the simplification numbers game, the shapes, a sign-in sheet if you need, the printer package for the simulation, one per table, one per group of 6, and then also the one-page Howling Works 7 Habits, 7 Principles. That's also something that you can print out, ideally in color, to give to folks. There's also printing the one-page here, the one-page process excellence summary. Then there are files to present. There's only 2. There's the simulation, there's the main presentation, which has all the lecture slides. And then there is the simulation presentation, which is just focused on how you run the simulation. And I've already updated this. So in fact, in the folder we'll look at is the one that we used, and I've updated it slightly. So you'll see that it has a different date now. Then there are some templates in the folder here. we've translated some of them into Nepali and Lao. You're welcome to, you can use Google Translate to translate into Burmese, but I provide them for you in English. And also, if possible, it would be nice that you could use foam shapes rather than simply the paper. And I'll show you what that might look like. So let's take a look online. This is the folder. As you can see, we have the main presentation, which has all the slides that we just looked at. I will update this a little bit based on some updates that I've made today. So later today, hopefully that will be updated. The simulation presentation, I just uploaded it this morning based on changes that I made. And then these are the other things. There's also some, if you want to print out a schedule for yourself to follow, you can use this document here. This video that we watched, in case you don't have good internet connection, this is a relatively low, small size, 20 megabytes version of this video. You can watch it from your computer rather than having to go online to watch it. So let's take a look at the instructor notes, because this is boom, 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 very important. So actually, let me just do a quick check. File upload. Let me see what the latest version I have. Okay, yeah, it's the same date. So I don't have a later version. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this. What I would suggest that you do is you download it onto your computer and look at it in PowerPoint, but we can still look at it here online in PowerPoint. So I will we'll do a slideshow. Okay, so the instructor notes are for the person who's giving the training. They describe what you should do in order to be successful. Most of the slides are to be presented. I've given this training to over 1,000 people, so I have made many mistakes, and I've learned many things about how to make this training the most effective. So this guideline is to help you learn these things. You won't be doing it perfectly the first time or every time. There are things that you may not feel comfortable with, but as you do it more and more often, you'll become better at it. These are the general files that we'll present. You can run the training semi-virtually or fully online, but I encourage you to do it rather face-to-face if possible. If things don't work, you can send me an email at this email address. It's my personal email address. I'll always have it with me regardless of where I'm working. This is a description of the different files. We won't look at them, but it also tells you how many to print out and if they need to be color, black and white, what size, and so forth, how many. So this is a nice description here. This file is, again, read instructor notes. You need to do that. The flyer and then different templates are available here. I use a lot of animation. You should have I talk about the mouse when I use the little indicator on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, how I use that. These little circles that I sometimes use, the star at the end of every module. And use a laser pointer, otherwise you have to stand by your computer. I use this one. It's you can see it's in images is on there. It's very slick. It's a bit expensive. I actually got mine as a gift. Otherwise it's at least $100, but they're less expensive things that work just fine as well. This one can actually change what the screen looks like, so it's a nifty thing. and you can use it with a TV that laser pointers don't work with. This shows you how to lay out the tables. If you have smaller tables, bigger tables, this way, or that way. Logistics issues, I'm not going to go over the details. I have forms that I've created for you to get feedback on. Let me know, and I'll give you the data from the feedback for your event. I'd also like you to fill out a form to let me know that you have given the training and your feedback on it. This is very important. There are explanation videos on how to prepare for and run the simulation, and another set of videos on how to explain the simulation and how to run it. Please watch these videos. They're very helpful. They give you great guidance on how to run the Process Excellence Energizer simulation. These are some older now videos about the actual lecture. They're normal resolution or low resolution. You're welcome to look at those, but you in fact, you don't need to, because you now have the videos that of what I've just done in the last 2 days, yesterday and today, and you can watch those videos. Are probably better than these. These are different, again, a little bit different, a little bit older perspective. You're welcome to watch them if you like. But in order to set up and run the simulation, please watch these videos here. So a number of these things I'm not going to go into more detail, but very important. Here's the setup and how to put the papers for each role, what the sizes of the tables should be. If you need 4 tables, how you do it. How the parts are sometimes mixed up in the beginning. I didn't do it with the group in the room. I should have. I thought if I wasn't there, it might be helpful if you didn't have this mixed up. But typically, I'll mix these 2 up, and then people find that out along the way. So it causes some trouble. This is what I personally use. I was able to buy these boxes and find foam shapes that were pre-cut out, but you can also cut them out yourself. It's a bit nicer. You can see here it's about 18 centimeters by 12 centimeters or something like that. And there's some links on where you might be able to find these things online. Instructions on running the simulation. This was before COVID, so you see people very close together and without masks. If people need to wear masks, if they need to be more separated, then you need to do that. These are problems that often occur and that you need to be on the lookout for in the different roles: the requester, the procurement, supplier, the reviewer, and the receiver. And this is what it can look like when people are doing this process in different contexts. And then looking at the reviewer and receiver, then a lot of detail about the discussion between the first run and the second run. And this is where we map the process. And I'm very particular about what I try to teach people in mapping the process. And this is all described here. And what does it mean adding value? And step by step, how can we think about each of these steps? Is it adding value or not? So there's 7 steps on that. Then when we brainstorm the possible causes of performance and improvement, there's several pages on this and some nice examples of how I've done this face-to-face, also examples how I've done this on the computer, which we did. And these are things that you can keep in mind as you're going through the brainstorming part of the simulation. And then when we run the improved version, what are some important points? And this is how you can see how the table is laid out. People are ready to go, progress they're making. And it's and here's they're just doing it with paper, little pieces of paper. And another example. And then the reflection at the end and the things that I want people to learn. So this is the Energizer simulation. Again, this is the most important document is the instructor notes, and encourage you to read them and to especially watch the videos before you set up and try to run the simulation. So are there any questions about the Energizer simulation, the Energizer as a whole, and the expectation for you to be able to run this in your company or in an SME that you might work with? Any questions or comments? Do all of you feel confident that you can run this? Are you, especially those people in the room, are you ready to run it? Okay,
Ravi,
Yeah, oh, yes.
yeah.
I see the thumbs up. Wonderful, yeah. And again, I apologize for those of you who are online. You didn't have the same experience as the folks in the room did, but you have an idea. You've seen some pictures, and it's not that hard, but it does require some learning. And again, the explanation in the slide deck, this read instructor notes, please go through that. If you read it and understand it, you will be able to do this successfully. And if you also watch the videos, that will help you to do it successfully. All right, any other questions or comments about the Energizer? Okay, very good. If you do have questions along the way, again, please don't hesitate to ask. So now we're going to take some time to look at Lean. We're going to go into more depth on what is Lean. So there's a question from the audience, Kaukin. Can we use the Energizer simulation in incubation and innovation? So my personal, the way I see things is that continuous improvement or Lean is a form of innovation. It's an innovation on a smaller scale. And the scientific, and I would say also artistic, approach of Lean provides some of the tools and some of the thinking that we can apply to innovation also, or incubation. So innovation is a process. We can streamline that process of innovation, but we can also give people the idea that when we're innovating, we do things in small steps. We don't solve the whole problem at once and come up with one big product. We do things incrementally. So there's a concept called Lean Startup. I just put it in the chat. There's books and there's videos on that. And what it basically says is Lean thinking can be applied to innovation by getting people to create the first part of what they want to do, or what they call a minimum viable product, not the final solution with all the functionality and features and completely finished, but start small and test, and based on the test you may continue along your path, or you may redo something based on learning that it's not working. So rather than testing only the final product, test the incremental things along the way. And based on what learning you get, you can apply that learning and make your product better and better. And when you finally come up with something after many iterations of feedback and learning, what you develop, it may have taken longer, but you're more certain to develop something that the customer needs. So lean thinking is helpful, and it can provide a frame of mind and a way of thinking that helps us to innovate and to develop new ideas in an incubator. You would probably want additional materials, for example, from Lean Startup, or additional materials on innovation and incubation, but Lean can be an important part of that. There's the question from Ye Tun Tun. How can we learn or get more simulation models for more complex processes to be improved? So it's a good question. There are many more advanced techniques and that you can learn after you master the basics. What I'm giving you is basic training, basic concepts, basic things for organizations to start with. If you take a Lean Six Sigma black belt training, you will find additional simulations, additional concepts, additional tools, many of them of a statistical nature. Again, they're more sophisticated. I'm just giving you the basics to get started with, but these basics can actually go quite a long ways. And what I would say is, if you want to be more, to work on more complex processes, the thinking, the concepts, the tools are the same basic ones always, but you become more advanced in how you apply them and how you understand them, and you're able to address and to solve more complex problems over time. I will say this again later, but I'll say it now. I encourage everyone to continue their learning by watching videos online, by reading books, by listening to podcasts, to receiving newsletters from organizations that share their learning freely. There are some you can pay for, but there are many free things online. And at the end of our training, on the last day, I will share with you some of those links. And I really encourage you to, again, watch them, read them, listen to them, so that you can grow in your, accelerate, in fact, your ability to improve. I also want to offer for you pro bono. So there will be some coaching from me in the work that you're applying, and from others from ITC. We'll give you coaching in Lean, but we also can connect you with individuals who are professionals in Kaizen, in Lean, in continuous improvement, who are glad to offer up to an hour a week for at least 3 months to help you develop your skill and your ability to make things better. So definitely ongoing education will help you address more complicated and sophisticated problems. So definitely want to encourage you in that. All right. Wonderful.
Yes, I would like to ask some question on this lesson is much or not. We would like to know difference between of the lean manufacturing and also a Kaizen and also a lean green bed. All these are what is difference between.
Okay, great. So we will, in this module, we'll talk about Lean and Kaizen. So I won't answer that at this instant, but basically they're the same thing. for our purposes. Then now the difference between Lean and Six Sigma, many of you have heard of Six Sigma also. Both of these are approaches to continuous improvement. And Lean is focused on eliminating waste. Six Sigma is focused on eliminating variation. They have many things that overlap, like process mapping and standard work and so forth. Six Sigma is more focused often on larger projects, whereas Lean is more focused on smaller improvement projects that are done continually. Six Sigma, you train specific people and they make improvements or they facilitate improvements. Lean is something you train everybody and everyone is always making small improvements. Lean was developed by Toyota, comes from the Toyota production system, which we'll see, and Six Sigma comes from Motorola. That was developed Six Sigma was developed by Motorola. The green belt and black belt, these are different levels. They use martial arts terminology. And so what you're getting is a Lean green belt. You could also get a Lean Six Sigma green belt. It's also, my training is 1 week. The Lean Six Sigma training can be 1 week to 2 weeks, depending on who offers it. But it'll focus a lot more on statistical tools and techniques that I find are typically not practiced so much in the types of organizations who are just starting their process improvement journey. And that's why we're focusing on the Lean side of things. And yeah, so let's get into the module unless there are further questions. But I think we'll answer some of these questions now. So let's do a little thought experiment. What do you think? If you were to improve a process for 1% every day for 365 days, so nonstop every day of the year, you were to improve the performance of a process by 1%, how much better would you be after a year? 2 to 10 times, 10 to 20 times, 20 to 30 times, or 30 to 40 times. So how, and you can type this in 1 year after 365 daily improvements of 1%. What do you think? How much improved would you be?
Okay,
2 to 10 times. So it's like asking the question, if you had, well, I'm in Switzerland, so we'll say Swiss francs. If I had 1 Swiss franc and every day I earned 1% on that money, how many Swiss francs would I have after 1 year? If I have 1 Swiss franc and every day I earn 1% and that percent accumulates over time. So I earn 1%, not just on the Swiss franc, but on the Swiss franc plus what I earned each time. So it's called cumulative return. How many Swiss francs will I have at the end of a year? Okay, so we have 2 to 10 times, we have 30 to 40 times, which are guessed. So the answer is actually quite surprising because after 1 year of 365 days, we have 37 times improvement. So if I had 1 franc at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, I would have 37 francs. Now, of course, in reality, maybe we have only 200 working days in a year. And in fact, still we would make a significant improvement. It would still be about 7 times better off at the end of the year than we were at the beginning of the year, which is also significant. And after 2 years, then we would be about 37 times better. So when we make small incremental improvements every day, they can actually add up to very significant changes at the end, but we need to make them continuously, every day, a little bit of improvement. And that's why we say, let's focus on continuous improvement, let's do that well, and that will get us significant improvement over time. So the origins of lean are in fact many. It's not just one person, it's not just one company. If we look at history, which involves quite a bit in America, but other countries as well, Eli Whitney was one of the first people to create interchangeable parts on guns. So rifles, I think it was, it used to be before that time that every single rifle was unique. And if you had to change a part on that rifle, you had to make a part specifically for that rifle because of the variation from one to the next. And he'd said, what if we make them all the same? What if then the parts will be interchangeable? If we have to repair something, we can just take a standard part and put it in rather than have to make a standard part for that. And that was a concept that was involved. Then drawing conventions, tolerances, machine tools. There are people like Frederick Taylor, Frank Gilbreth, who were studying processes and analyzing them at a detailed step-by-step level. Then Henry Ford and his assembly lines, his flow lines, his manufacturing strategy. Many of the concepts from lean one can find in his book, Today and Tomorrow. Then after World War II, Edwards, Deming, and Juran are American promoters in the quality management movement. They introduced statistical process control, total quality management, and many principles and practices that the Japanese then took and adapted and adopted and adapted and refined and developed over time, whereas the Americans didn't do these things. And the Japanese, as a result, were becoming more and more and more competitive. And people like Eiji Toyota, Taiichi Ono, Shigeo Shingo developed these concepts and these practices of the Toyota production system, which included just-in-time, stockless production, world-class manufacturing. And there was such a concern in America. Why are the Japanese selling so many more and more cars? Why are their cars so much better quality? Why are they so much less expensive? That there was a study done at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where I did my PhD research afterwards. But the study was done through a group called the International Motor Vehicle Program. And they asked the question, why are the Japanese so successful, especially a company like Toyota? And what they realized after visiting factories in Japan, in Europe, in America, that were from the Japanese, that were not from the Japanese, and comparing them, what they found was that the Japanese could build twice as many cars with half as many people in half the time, with less than half the quality problems, and at much lower cost, because they had become ruthless and relentless about eliminating waste in the organization. They were focused on eliminating waste. And by eliminating waste, they were able to reduce the cost, improve the quality, produce them faster, and so forth and so forth. And that's what made the Japanese successful. And this term lean comes from getting rid of the waste or the fat in the organization. So the organization would become lean and improve through this. So lean is based on the Toyota production system that the Japanese refined over time. As this diagram shows, the ideas that are in Lean or in Kaizen started long time before Toyota, but Toyota really took them and refined them and developed them. Many people contributed. Toyota learned, experimented, adapted, and innovated. So they did contribute quite a bit also. And the book was produced by this team at MIT. It was called The Machine That Changed the World, and it documented and analyzed Toyota's success. And since then, Lean has been spreading throughout the globe, bringing with it significant performance improvements in more and more sectors. So I joined MIT, a research project, a couple years after this book, The Machine That Changed the World, came out. And what happened was the US Air Force had read the book and they said, you know what, our airplanes are becoming way too expensive. They have way too many defects. They're taking way too long to develop. This thing called Lean, do you think, MIT, do you think that this also applies to aircraft, or does it only apply to automobiles? And we studied that question, and the answer came back, Lean also applies to aircraft. And since then, Lean has been found to apply to construction, to running hospitals, to running a classroom, to government processes, Department of Motor Vehicles, which is in America is a notoriously inefficient one, but many other areas and topics are being improved by Lean, including NGOs such as World Vision that's adopted it, Meta, which is adopting it, and other NGOs who are beginning to see the benefit. But we're also seeing in many developing countries that companies and societies that take on Lean principles or Kaizen principles. Kaizen simply means continuous improvement, and Lean is simply a management system for continuous improvement. The companies and countries that take this on, they become more competitive, they develop faster. And in fact, the Japanese continue to do work and continue to, I would say, they are the leaders in the world in promoting Lean and promoting Kaizen in developing countries. In fact, as soon as our training is over today, I will join virtually a meeting in Japan, in Africa, where the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, is promoting a conference about what they're doing to promote Kaizen in Africa. So it is definitely something that's growing. And this work that I'm doing with the International Trade Center and your job as quality champions is part of this movement to bring Lean into more and more areas of activity. All right. So what did the Japanese do? They developed a continuous improvement based quality management system. And this is the book that I mentioned to you. Interestingly, in the preface to this book by Mr. Norman Bodek, he had met with Taiichi Ohno, and the group that he was with, they were asking Mr. Taiichi Ohno many questions. How did you come up with these ideas? How did you develop them? And what he writes here, he says, when I met Mr. Taiichi Ohno, when bombarded with questions from our group on what inspired his thinking, he just laughed and said he learned it all from Henry Ford's book. And this is the book, Today and Tomorrow. Now, clearly he didn't learn it all. He innovated and invented many new things. But the point is, many of the ideas were from somewhere else, but they had the wisdom, the insight, and the strength to develop them further. So how did it work? The Japanese institutions, the government invited experts such as Deming, Duran, and others who from overseas went to Japan to teach them, or Japanese people went overseas to learn and to observe and to visit Henry Ford's plants and visit grocery stores in America. Then these Japanese companies experimented and applied the learning in their own, and they have their own experts also, like Dr. Ishikawa, who developed the fishbone diagram and many other things. They developed their own in their own context. Then they shared their learning with within their own country and with other countries. And Toyota is one of the biggest teachers and promoters, even now, of Lean. They are glad to share what they're doing because they want to give back to the world and to help others. And now companies and organizations across the globe and in all sectors are also learning and applying Lean. What we can learn is that the key for success in Lean or in Kaizen is to apply and adapt learnings to fit into our own context and culture, and then sharing among organizations will accelerate the learning and accelerate the adaptation that we're able to that comes from this. And this is what I would encourage for you as well, the same model for your country. And we can take a look now at the history of Toyota and how they've improved. We can see here in this chart, in this slide, 50 years of the Toyota Hilux, how this one car has developed over time. And we're going to take a look now at what some of these fathers of the Toyota production system have done and some of their ideas. So we'll look specifically at Sakichi Toyota, Taiichi Ono, and Shigeo Shingo. Toyota originally started as a company that was making fabrics and making equipment, looms for making fabrics. And by this time, the automated loom had been invented. And the automated loom was, as it says, that the machine was running automatically on its own, which was fine, except when there was a problem. If one of the many threads broke, then the machine typically was not able to detect that, and poor quality fabric would be made. And this was the problem. What Sakichi Toyota did was to create a mechanism that automatically stopped the loom from producing any more fabric if one of the threads broke. And this was a revolutionary idea and really transformed how Toyota ended up then thinking about all of their machines. Is there a way to detect when there's a problem? If we can detect a problem, we'll stop it as quickly as possible so that we can not produce poor quality product. And they call this Jidoka. They call this automation, where the automated machine itself detects when there's a problem. But this is also a simple example of mistake proofing. How do we prevent mistakes from happening or detect them as quickly as they happen so that we can stop and fix them right away and prevent them from happening again? Next, there's the Kanban concept. And Kanban helps us, it's a visual way of communicating with paper what's needed in a manufacturing process. The book in one book, and you can see, interestingly, the title of this book, Just in Time, it talks about Kanban. Interestingly, the subtitle is Just in Time for Today and Tomorrow. You remember Henry Ford's book was called Today and Tomorrow. So you can see the how they tied themselves in their work into Henry Ford and his work and his ideas. So the challenge here is, how do we control the material flow for a punch press, a machine that was making shapes, and it needed to get these flat shapes that it would then pieces of metal that it would form into a shape. But which parts should it be produced and when? And Taiichi Ohno had visited supermarkets in America, and he saw that in these supermarkets, products were placed on the shelves in specific locations, and from there the customers picked them. And he saw that the way a supermarket works is the customer goes to the shelf and picks from the shelf what the customer wants. So here's a store full of different things. The store doesn't force people to take this or that. They don't put as much as they possibly can of any one thing. They put a limited amount that's available. The customer takes it, and that signs the signal that more of that needs to be brought and more of that needs to be produced eventually. And we thought, we can apply this to our punch press because it's based on refilling what the customer takes. So they allow the one process to pull from another process the parts that are needed. This limits the amount of work in process and gives a signal, a Kanban, for the parts that need to be produced. We'll talk more about this later, but this is the origin here from Taiichi Ohno. And another wonderful example from Shigeo Shingo of mistake proofing. They had a process in which workers on the assembly line sometimes forgot to put on all 4 nuts on assembly under the car dashboard. So imagine a worker is putting something underneath and they can't see what they're doing, and they have to put 4 different bolts onto these nuts onto the bolts. And sometimes they put only 3 on. They would forget to put the 4th one on. They thought they had done all 4. And this was causing manufacturing defects and problems. The cause was people were forgetting. And rather than blaming people and telling them, you need to be more careful and don't make this mistake anymore, or giving them training, you need to have 4, remember 4. What they simply did is they gave them a plate and they said, every time you have a new assembly, you take a plate, you put 4 bolts on it. And when you are finished with the assembly, this plate of 4 bolts will be empty. Very simple, low cost, almost no cost, except the cost of a plate. And probably it was extra laying around, who knows. And that's one of the things about mistake proofing, is that it is simple, low cost or no cost solution to making a process better, preventing mistakes from happening. We talked also about the andon cord. This cable you can see up here, the worker is pulling on when the worker is not able to do their work. If they've made a mistake, if they've found an error, if there's not enough time for them to do their work, or they don't have enough parts anymore, whatever the problem is that the worker has, the worker is expected to pull that cord. And as soon as the worker does that, the manager comes over right away and they try and solve that problem. And if they don't solve it quickly, then the next level manager will come up and the next level manager will come up until the factory manager will come and try and help solve the problem and move things forward. Now, I have a true story from a friend of mine. His father, my friend is Ben Hoseas, his father's Michael Hoseas. And Michael Hoseas was one of the first people who was hired, one of the early people hired in Toyota, Kentucky. So in the state of Kentucky, Toyota decided to put a plant, and they hired some American people and they took them to Japan to show them what it's like to work in the Toyota factory, in the Toyota assembly line, and how Toyota organizes work, solves problems, and in this case, makes problems visible. And he was told, if you make a mistake, you should pull the andon cord and someone will come and help you. Well, he had an automatic screwdriver and he was screwing parts into, screwing a nut or a bolt, and somehow the screwdriver slipped and he scratched the paint on the car. This was inside the wheel well, and he scratched the paint. And now he had a dilemma. He didn't know what to do because he thought, oh, I'm embarrassed. I don't want to tell other people that I made a mistake. They will think badly of me. Maybe they will fire me. And he was worried about what they would think if he admitted that he made a mistake. But since he was very clearly instructed, if you have any problem, if you make any mistake, you are expected to pull this andon cord, and help will come and we'll take care of, we'll help solve the problem and prevent it from happening again. And the manager came over right away, and he showed the manager what he did. The manager said, thank you for pulling the andon cord. Next time when you hold this tool, maybe you hold it this way a little bit differently, so that, or you put your other arm outside, whatever. This is a technique that you won't have this problem again, and you won't scratch the paint again. And he did not speak any Japanese, so the manager was speaking to him through an interpreter. Well, at the end of the day, the Toyota had a group meeting, as they did every day. And in this particular day, the translator was not there. And his translator not being there, the manager was talking about what happened during the day and talking with the other Japanese team members. And at some point, he realized that the manager was talking about him, because he heard Michael-san and Michael-san, and it was clear that the Japanese manager was talking about the mistake that he had made. And everyone kind of looked over their shoulder at him, and they were kind of nodding their heads. And then after the meeting was over, people, as they were leaving, they shook his hand, and he thought, wow, now maybe they've fired me, and everyone is saying goodbye, because they were nodding and shaking their hand and warmly being nice and kind to him. He thought maybe they're just saying goodbye in a nice way. So when the translator finally came, the translator explained, no. These people were congratulating you. They were telling you, congratulations, you did a good job, you did the right thing by pulling the andon cord. And this is the culture in Toyota, especially, not everywhere in Japan, but in Toyota, that we want to see problems. We want to know when there's a mistake that's been made, because then we can solve it right away and find a way to prevent it from happening again. Similarly, another true story, a Japanese manager would, if there's a new employee who is come in to do work and the employee makes a mistake, the manager would apologize to the employee, because we did not create a process that allows you to succeed. So rather than blaming the employee, we blame the process, and we say, what can we do to make this process better so that our employees are able to succeed? And this is one of the fundamental approaches of Toyota as well. So when the andon cord is pulled, the line, or that part of the line, will stop, and the manager will immediately come and even higher levels up until they're confident they're able to move forward. So what is lean? Yes, in the end, so this also means that the different parts of the process are interlocked with one another, and the problem in one will eventually escalate so that it's a problem in other parts of the process. Yeah, okay, so what is lean? Lean is basically an improved, globally applicable approach to continuous improvement, or to Kaizen. So this is the connection between lean and Kaizen. Lean helps us to do Kaizen, to continuously improve. Japanese kanji are change for good, change for better, continuously. So it's a management system for continuous improvement. It's a set of principles on how we work. is a set of practices, the habits that we have, and the tools that we apply. It's also a matter of people. We're building the capacity of our people, and we're empowering them. So lean is what guides us on the continuous improvement path to excellence. Lean is principles. So we're going to go over these principles, practices, and people. In terms of principles, the point is we exist to provide value to our customers. This is a foundational principle. As a company, but even as a department in the finance department or any government office or any NGO that's not selling things to people, we all have customers and we all exist. The reason our process exists is to provide value to our customers. It's not we who determine what's important, it's our customer who determines what's important. And we want to orient ourselves to providing value to our customers. And when we're doing things that's not adding value and it's not required, then let us stop doing that. And let us minimize everything else so that we can do as much as we can to provide value for our customers. The second point is that waste is the greatest hindrance to achieving our goals. Rather than focusing on adding more value directly, let's focus on eliminating the waste, everything that prevents us from adding value. The delays, the defects, the excess inventory, the movement, the transport, all these things, overproduction, overprocessing, wasted ideas that people have, and the waste of ethical violations. Let's minimize these things. Let's get rid of these things. And this will help us to be better at delivering value for our customers. And also this idea that a good root produces good fruit. And we focus on the process, not just the results. Yes, we focus on what's the results, what's the output, what are we getting from our process, but we care very much about how we got to the output. Because if we got to good output by chance or just by inspection, it's not what we want. We want a consistently high quality process that gives consistent high quality output. And we focus on the root that produces the fruit. It also holds that the greatest long-term gains are achieved, incrementally and continuously. Rather than looking for big projects, big improvements, big expenses, we know that incremental, small, continuous improvements made by everyone in the organization every day leads to ultimately large improvements. And we trust our employees. We don't tell them what to do. We don't do things for them. We don't make improvements for them. We train our employees. We empower them. We give them the responsibility to make improvements. And we trust that they, with their thinking and their ideas and their experience, they will be able to achieve great things over time, make significant improvements. So we trust in all the employees, not just a few experts saying, you improve this or you improve that. I remember when I was in East Africa working for World Vision, I would get a call from a country director, and the country director would say, Andrew, can you come over and improve our finance processes and identify waste and tell us how to improve our finance processes, or human resources, whatever it was. And my response would always be the same. No, that's not my job. I'm glad to come to your country, to train your people, to give them the concepts, to give them the thinking, and they will make improvements to their processes. I'm not going to do it for you. I want to leave your people with the ideas, with the thinking, with the ability to make more improvements. So I will train them, I will coach them, I will help them succeed, but I'm not going to come in and tell you how to make your people, how to make your processes better. That's the job of your people. And that's the point that we have here, number 5. It's not experts in improvement. Experts in improvement build the capacity of people and they coach and help them to make changes, but we don't make the changes ourselves because we don't know as much as the people who are doing the work, what the real problems are and what would happen if we change this. And it leaves the ownership also with them. So it's extremely important. Capable and empowered employees will achieve great things. And next, in any improvement system will have this, but this is also an important part of Lean, which is when people work together, they can do more than if they work alone. I have an idea, you have an idea, you can build off of my idea, I can build off of your idea, you have an insight that I don't have, I have an insight that you don't have. And when 4, 5, 6, 10 of us get together, we can, or sometimes just 2 or 3 is enough, but together we can do more than each of us can do alone. So it's very important we work. This is the concept of quality circles. We won't get into it, but where groups of people work together to solve problems, or when we bring a team of people together to address an issue, we bring all the experts who are representing others, and we together analyze and improve our process. And number 7 is that value for the customer is created, learning happens, and relationships develop where the action is. And the Japanese call this Gemba. There's a book, great book, we'll look at it later, called Gemba Kaizen. Gemba is where the place where the action happens. It means the workplace, the shop floor, or the office where the people are working. And one cannot improve a process only from a distance. One has to be in the process, know the process, experience it firsthand in order to be able to improve it. But the Gemba is also the place where we develop relationships and where we can learn and observe why things are happening and how we can make things better. So these 7 principles are a way of thinking. They're axiomatic, they're foundation, how we think about the path to excellence. Lean is also a set of practices, or what I call these habits, 7 habits of process improvement. We've gone through them already, and we'll go through them more. Organize the area. That means we make it easy to succeed and we reduce waste. Making work visual. We want to see the waste. We want to see the status. We want to see what to do. We want to see when there's problems. And we want to see easily the performance of our process. Standardizing work. This is the basis for learning, and it's a springboard for improvement. When we map a process, we create a standard operating procedure or a checklist or a form or a work instruction. All these things are ways of standardizing the best known way of doing things. And then when new people come on board, they quickly rise up to a high level of competence because they have all this learning in the standard operating procedure. And then when one person makes an improvement and we test it and we see that it works, then everyone can benefit from that one person's improvement. So it really accelerates our improvement rather than preventing any change. Eliminate waste. Waste, again, is everything that doesn't add value. So we have to know what is valuable for our customer. And then reduce the waste, the unevenness, and the burden. We'll talk about those concepts soon also. Preventing mistakes. This is the concept the Japanese call poka-yoke. And it's ensuring that we have quality at the source. Rather than inspecting to make sure we find the defects, let's prevent defects from happening or detect them as soon as they do happen. Then make work flow. This is responding quickly to customer demand, reducing delays so the process flows smoothly from beginning to end in response to the request of the customer. Solving problems, we don't pass them on, we don't blame people. We want to prevent the recurrence of the problem through things like plan, do, check, act. 5 whys and other techniques. And we talked about the practice of going to the Gemba, the workplace. This is where we understand the work. This is where we build relationships. We will not talk about this. It's a bit more of an advanced topic, but I wanted to lay it out here, is this approach of what's called strategy deployment, or Hoshin Kanri. It's developing a strategy that's based on having an agreed to set of goals and flowing those throughout the organization. And everyone having goals then that are aligned to the overarching, the highest goals of the company. And everyone knows how they contribute to the goals of the company because they're contributing to the next level goals up above them. So it's having goals, having plans, and so forth. So these practices, we could say, are 7 habits plus the 2. These are habits that lead to excellence and help us pursue excellence. Lean is also about people. It is also about, first of all, leaders and managers. Leaders must commit to, they need to learn, they need to practice Kaizen. They need to inspire their people to improve. They establish goals for the organization and for processes and departments that are stretch goals that encourage and require people to make improvements. They're establishing systems and tasks related to continuous improvement. They're teaching it themselves. A leader needs to know Kaizen, needs to know Lean, and then should also teach it to others and practice it and show by example that they understand and are committed to it. Leaders need to make sure that the people are built up in capacity, that people in the organization know how to make improvements. First of all, know how to do their work, and then know how to make improvements. And they give them the authority, they empower them to make improvements, experiments here and there along the way. The leaders go to the Gemba, as we talked about, the Gemba being the workplace, develop relationships, to know people, to observe, to see what's really happening, and not just have their understanding based on reports and they don't know what's actually going on or who the people actually are. And we also talk about developing Kaizen character, and we'll talk about that more. The courage and the humility that a leader needs to lead his organization or her organization in Kaizen, continuous improvement. Lean is also for the people doing the work, what I call the teams, because they are learning, they're applying the principles and the practices, or what we could call the thinking and the tools of Lean, of continuous improvement. Everyone in the organization is experimenting, testing, seeing if they can find a better way to do something. They're growing in their understanding of their processes, how the process works, and how they can improve the process. They're continuously improving. Again, 2-second improvement every day, a little bit here, a little bit there. And they're sharing successes, they're sharing their learning so that others can learn from them. And they're also growing by becoming better at doing the work, better at improving their work, and taking on more responsibility, not just doing work, but also improving it and making it better. There is also a place in the role for coaches, people who are more senior, more experienced in continuous improvement, and they will coach people who are newer and less experienced. This can be the job of the manager and leader. It can be the job of a team lead. It may be a colleague, but there may also be external experts, as we mentioned, who can help accelerate the learning and the application of Lean. So the job of a coach is to inspire people, to train them, to ask questions, to challenge them to do more, and to build their capacity to help them to grow, and to create in them the what I call the aha experience, which is when people realize, wow, this really can help me. I want to do more of this. Lean shows a great respect for people because it builds their capacity and empowers and expects them to improve on the path towards excellence. So when you ask Toyota, what is the key to success? This is what they say. Fujio Cho, former chairman of the Toyota Motor Corporation, said, first we build people, then we build cars. First, we build people, then we build cars, because it's people in the end who build cars. And if we want better cars, we need better people. So for a lean organization, it is the capacity of our people to perform and to improve their work. So we need to build their capacity and we need to empower them to make improvements to their work. Sorry. Build the capacity, empower them to make improvements. So this is how lean works. We grow and empower people who solve problems to improve processes. This leads to better performance and greater prosperity for all stakeholders. We grow and empower people who solve problems. This is our plan, do, check, act cycle to improve processes. This leads to greater performance and greater prosperity for all stakeholders. That's people inside the organization, people outside the organization, greater fruitfulness, people thrive, organizations thrive, and I believe also that leads to greater peace and unity in the world, which I think is something we all can strive for. So this is how lean works. I have 5 golden or lean golden rules for people. When we think about how we work with people, how we engage people, this is what we need to do. We need to build their capacity to do their work and their capacity to improve their work. Build their capacity to do the work and to improve it. We need to expect and empower people to continuously improve. And we need to know that improvement is experimentation. Sometimes they will fail, but always they can learn. We do not blame people for poor process performance. Instead, we find and solve the problems that led to the poor performance. Just a note. Then also, if someone does make a mistake, we don't lay people off. We, in fact, have just invested money in them. They, as a rule, people want to come to work to do a good job. They don't fail on purpose. Sometimes they do. Normally, most of the time, the problem is the process. So let's find the problem in the process when people make mistakes. And if people do improve, we're not going to lay them off. It would be impossible to make progress if we say, work yourself out of a job. Find a way to do this work that normally takes 5 people. Find a way to do it with only 3 people, and then 2 of you we will fire, we will let go. That won't work. We have to keep the people, give them more important work to do. And this then is a spiral for how a company can grow because it become more effective and efficient. And we, in fact, rather than laying people off, we will be hiring more people because we're able to do the work better and we will have more customers as a result. So we always want to reward and recognize people, never give a negative consequence for making improvements. So we can look at this and we can say, well, what is lean not and what is lean? Lean is not just tools that we apply. We do 5S, we do process maps, we do SOPs, we do these tools. It's not just tools, it's also a way of thinking about work and about improvement. Lean is not just for a few people, for a few experts. Lean is something that is for everyone in the organization. from the bottom to the top and the top to the bottom. The CEO needs to know and be committed and train, but so does every person who's adding value for the customer and creating our products. It's not just for the factory, not just for one industry, it's for every sector. It's within a company that makes products, goods. It's not just for the factories, also for every department, finance, supply chain, human resources. It's not just one of many things that an organization does. It often needs to be the focus, the thing, a very important core part of who we are as an organization, because it is a management system, not just a few things we do on the side to make things better. So it's similarly, it's not optional, but it is something mandatory. Everyone needs to be part of it. It's not easy to do. It's actually hard to do. And that's why we need to persevere and we need to grow in it. It's not guaranteed success. We don't know what the path to success is. It's in fact sometimes risky to make changes and experiment to see if they'll work or not. But I tell you, the risk is greater. If we don't make any changes, we will surely fail as an organization. It's not quick. It's not something we do and then we're done with it. It's a long journey, and many companies really see even greater fruit after 5, 10, or 15 years. Toyota is still the world leader in continuous improvement. They've been at it for 70 years already, and they're still going strong and they're still getting better. And they still need to continue to renew and reinvent what they're doing, or renew what they're doing. It's not a label. There's no certificate of a lean organization that you can say, great, now we're lean, we can stop. It is really a way of life, a way of thinking, a way of interacting that we have. It's not a fad. It's not simply something that's in fashion at one time and then later it goes out of fashion. Lean has been around, again, starting about 70 years ago, but even the book in 1990, that's already 30 years ago, and it's still growing. It's in impact, it's still growing in influence, it's still growing in the number of companies and countries that are learning from it. So it really is something that's based on fundamental truths about how we do work and how we make improvements. When I showed you the lean principles, there was a reference to an article that I had written called "What Christian Leaders Can Learn from Lean," and it compares some of the lean principles, or these lean principles, to things in my own faith. And I think there are some fundamental things about lean that really relate to all improvement in all organizations, in all places and times. Management, lean is not management telling people what to do. It's not what we call command and control. Lean is all employees at all levels taking responsibility for making their work better. And this is part of respecting people. We respect people when we respect them, when we expect them to make improvements. So this is my one-page summary. There also are handouts for this. I encourage you to print out a copy for yourself. There are the 7 principles that we just went over. As an organization, we exist to provide value to our customers. The greatest hindrance to achieving our goals is waste. A good root produces good fruit, so we focus on the process and the output, not just the output. We want to get the process good. Excellent processes is what we're after. The greatest long-term gains are achieved incrementally and continuously. Everyone, all the time, making improvements. And who does this? Capable and empowered employees will achieve great things. We trust that when we empower people, when we train them, build their capacity, they will really be able to make significant improvements. It's not a matter of an expert like me coming in telling people what to do differently or better. And we achieve greater results when we work together. We learn from one another, we inspire, we encourage, there's an expression, iron sharpens iron. We help one another to improve and to become better. Value is created, learning happens, and relationships develop where the action is, and the Japanese word for is gemba. So those are the 7 principles of Lean. And we've looked already at the 5 elements of process excellence. This is the vision of what we want our processes to be like: effective in impact, efficient in performance, appropriate to the context, empowering to the stakeholders, and continuously improving. As we do this, we will be able to deliver the greatest value with the fewest resources at the right time, in the right way, and at the right cost. Then we have the 7 habits of process improvement. Organize the area, make the work visual, standardize the work. These are all about stabilizing the performance of the process. Then we eliminate waste, we prevent mistakes, we make work flow, and these are all about optimizing, improving the performance of the process. These are all ways of solving problems. Finally, how does Lean work? It works by we grow and empower people who solve problems to improve processes. This leads to better performance and greater prosperity for all stakeholders. We grow and empower people. These people solve problems. This improves the performance of our processes and leads to greater prosperity for all the stakeholders inside and outside the organization. So please, again, memorize all the things that are on here, understand what they mean, and then print it out, put it up on your walls as a reminder of these things. Okay, what we're going to do tomorrow morning is we're going to have an exercise. So we won't go into it right now, but before we go into the exercise, I'd like to ask questions about this, and I would like to also watch the video that I put the link, gave the link to, since we have a few minutes. But let's take some time. We have a little bit of time to discuss any questions, comments, observations you have about what you've heard. What is Lean? Okay, so I see a hand from Kiao Sun Win.
Hello, Google Drive link data, Hello.
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဆရာဦးကျော်ဆန်းလွင်ဟုတ်ကြားပါတယ်ရှင်ဆရာဟုတ်ဆရာ Google Drive link ကလေဟုတ်ဆရာတို့ဟိုမနေ့ကလေ simulation တွေလောက်တာမှတ်မိလားဆရာဟုတ်မှတ်မိတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့သူကလေအဲ့ဒီ Google Drive link မှာသူ့ရဲ့ presentation တွေရောအဲ့ဒီ simulation တွေဘယ်လိုလုပ်လဲဆိုတာတွေရောနောက်ပြီးတော့ဒီအသေးပုံတို့အဝိုင်းတို့လေးတောင်တို့ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါလေးတွေဘယ်လိုညှက်လဲဆိုတာတွေပါတယ်ပြီးတော့သူ့ video တွေပါတယ်ဆရာဟုတ်အဲ့ဒါအဲ့ဒီဟိုပါပေါ့သူ့ရဲ့အဲ့ဒီက simulation exercise ရဲ့အဓိကအဓိပ္ပာယ်ကတော့သူကဒီ process ကိုတေချာလေးရှင်းလင်းထားတာမျိုးမဟုတ်ဘူး Hello ဟုတ်ကြားရလားဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့
Hello ကြားလားမသိနော်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဆရာကြားရပါတယ်ဆရာ Hi Andrew he is Mr. Johnson Luin his internet connection was dropped while you were explaining about the Google Drive files and also about simulation and the training materials developed by you so he is asking me where is the link of Google Drive for
Okay. Yep. So, did I? I can put it in the link now or later.
Yeah, Andrew, and we can share the Google Drive link with him.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so I've given the link.
လင်းရတယ်အဲ့ဒါကိုပြကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ရုံပဲလားဘာလို့မှမနေရမှာ
ဟိုပါပေါ့ तू ကတော့ဒီ materials တွေကတော့ဟိုအကုန်လုံးလေ့လာဖို့ပေါ့เนาะဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟုတ်ဟိုအဲ့မှာဟိုဒီ simulation လုပ်တဲ့ပုံစံတွေပါတယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့ဒီဟို form လေးတွေပေါ့เนาะအဲ့လို1 2 3လေးရွေးတာလေးတွေလားစောစောကလုပ်တဲ့ exercise တွေအကုန်ပါတယ်ဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟုတ်ဟုတ်ဆရာဦးတင်ဝေဆရာဖြည့်ထပ်ဖြည့်ပြောလို့ရရင်ဖြည့်ပေးပါအောင်ဆရာဟုတ်ကဲ့
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟောအဲ့ you ပေးပြီးတာကျွန်တော်တို့ဟာ
Yeah, so all the two links that I've shared with you, one is the process excellence energizer. Sorry, it's my lunchtime reminder. The process excellence energizer is I'll just put it in right now again for everyone. Okay, so anyone, any of you can copy these files and download them. And then the Myanmar Lean Green Belt training, all the files that are related to the training. So the handouts that we have, we'll be working with starting tomorrow, and the main lecture slides that we're working on. So all these training slides that we're going through, these are all here in this document. And then there are other things, book summaries that we'll be going over. The program, the handouts, again, all the things that you need from here, and the templates that we will be using. We're going over these templates, they're all here. So let me give you this link really quickly. Okay. Yeah, other questions or comments?
Okay.
ဟုတ်ဆရာဦးကျော်ဆန်းလွင်ဆရာရှင်းဟွာဖြစ်လာမသိဘူးเนาะဆရာဟွာ तू ကတော့ဒီ link green belt ညမှာ तू ကဒီတခြားနိုင်ငံတွေမှာလေ
ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့က online မှာပါလား print out ထုတ်ဖို့လေ
ဟုတ်ဟွာအဲ့ file တွေ download လုပ်ထားပေါ့เนาะ download လုပ်ထားပြီးတော့ဟိုဆရာတို့ကြတော့လေဟိုဒီပဲနှမ်းလုပ်ငန်းဆိုတော့ဆရာတို့လုပ်ငန်းအတွက်အသုံးတဲ့မာတွေကိုလေယူသုံးပေါ့ဆရာ तू ကတော့ဒီ तू ရှင်းပြသူပါပဲ continuous improvement ပေါ့ဟုတ်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့တင်တန်းတော့မဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီလက်တွေ့မလုပ်ဖို့ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုပြောတာ
ဟုတ်တင်နေတော့တင်နေရလို့တည်တန့်ကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးပေါ့เนาะလက်တွေ့ပါအသုံးချဖို့ရန်အတွက်ပေါ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟုတ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဟုတ်လက်တွေ့အသုံးချရင်တော့ तू ပြောသလိုပဲဟိုတစ်နေ့100ခိုင်နှုန်းနဲ့တက်သွားတယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နှစ်ကုန်ရင်အများကြီးတက်တယ်ပေါ့เนาะအဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုလေဟုတ်ပါဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါ
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျွန်တော်အပ်ပေးလို့လည်းထားလို့အပ်ပေးလို့
ပြီးတော့အတိုင်းထုတ်
ဟုတ်ပြီလား
तू ကဆရာအခုကဒီမှာမြန်မာအတွက် तू file ထည့်ထားတယ်ပြီးနားလေတာလေဆရာဟုတ်
လိုက်
Yep, thank you. Thank you. There's a question from Yetun Tun. How to govern or initiate the lean process to be really happened, since the commitment of senior management and participation of team is important for the success of lean. It's a great question. How do we really get lean started well? And again, there are two approaches. The preferred approach is it begins at the top of the organization, where the senior leader says, this is something that I want. I'm going to learn it. I'm going to practice it. I'm going to teach it. And I'm going to make sure that we as an organization take it on. That is as a rule, that's the best way to do it. When it comes from the senior leader and they make a commitment to becoming lean and to applying the principles and practices of lean. Now, we're not always able to do that. And sometimes what we have to do is we have to test it out, try it out at a lower level in the organization, but then demonstrate to the leaders, look at the value that this gives, look at how helpful it is, look at how much it could help us in the future. Let's take this on and let's do this in a larger scale. That would be approach number 2, which is start somewhere, find someone who's eager to do it, find a champion in a smaller area, become successful in that area, and then show the rest of the organization how beneficial this can be for the rest of the organization also. And hopefully other people will agree, will buy in, will commit, and the senior leadership will become involved. But ideally, it really has to start at both levels, at the top of the organization, for support, for commitment, to make sure that we have people who are committed to and able to spend the time and have the expertise to do lean, but also we then have to train many people at different levels of the organization so that they all can be part of an entire organization that promotes lean and that is becoming transformed, is transforming their processes by applying these principles and these concepts, principles and tools throughout the organization. So I see a comment from, I'm going to call it Saint, but I'm not sure if that's the right way to pronounce it. Where do we see the best improvements in food processing, quality, cost, food safety? What situations enable lean to be more effective? What are common limitations? Yeah, so I don't have, so I've trained people who've been working in the food industry. I don't have so much of my own experience yet, but the quality champions that I have trained, for example, in Laos, who are making changes, or in East Africa, who others have also trained, they are, as I look at it, many of these are the basic 7 habits changes. They're organizing the area. They're starting to label things and having a place for things. And they're creating standard operating procedures or work instructions or a simple checklist. They're standardizing the work, basically. They're putting it on a solid foundation. Or they're saying, let's eliminate defects, or let's get rid of all this excess inventory that we have, or let's find ways to eliminate waste in the process. They go after the wastes. Or then they look at how do we prevent mistakes? How do we reduce the defect rate from 10% to 1%, or from 30% to 3%? One of the World Vision offices, they in particular financial payment requests or something like that, they had a 40% reject rate. 40% of the time, the things were sent back because the form wasn't filled in correctly or something like that. And they reduced that down to 4%. And then making workflows. So these and solving problems, developing the ability to do plan, do, check, act, the ability to do Toyota Kata. Where do I want to go? Where am I? What's my next target? What's hindering me? And so these are the places to start. And you can start, again, on things that bother you. You can also start on things that are more strategic to the organization. But quality improvement, normally we don't focus on cost savings. Cost savings is often a consequence. It's a result of improved quality, of better flow, of eliminating the time and energy and the things that we have to throw away because of waste in our processes. So we often don't focus strictly on cost. We focus on quality and schedule. And if we do these 2 things well, the cost will naturally come down. And I was somewhat answering, I think, these questions earlier. What situations enable lean to be more effective? It needs the leadership commitment, and we need to give people time. We need to build their capacity to learn, and we need to empower them and give them time and responsibility to apply the thinking and the tools. And that will help make us successful as an organization. The common limitations, time, and time are probably for me the biggest limitations. It's not the people, but it is the time that we give them, the priority that we make for continuous improvement. And until, as an organization, until we make it a priority and say a big part of your job is not just to do your work, but to make your work better. Paul Akers, a video I hope we'll watch later in the next few days, he says the job title of everyone in his organization is process engineer, because he wants everyone always focused on making things better. So when we give time for this, when we build capacity, when we expect people to make changes, that's what's going to happen. The limitation is if we don't have experience, if we don't have senior leadership commitment, if we don't have time to do it, then if it's not a priority for the leaders of the organization, if we don't know the concepts well, this is another possibility, is that we are immature and we may sometimes make things worse. We may say, oh, well, let's reduce inventory, and it causes lots of problems and we're not ready to handle those problems. So a low level of maturity where we don't really see the benefits is also another way of failing. So we want, and that's why we have training. And that's why I ask you to continue your education. That's why we offer coaching, because these things will help you to build your capacity quickly and will better ensure the success of the thing, of what you're doing, of the improvements that you want to see. Oh boy, I think you'll have to listen to the recording on that, because I can't remember exactly what I said anymore. So, but let's take a look at the relationship between Lean and ISO 9001, whether it's 2015 or 2018. I've been involved when I worked for Lockheed Martin on the Atlas rocket program. I was involved with our ISO certification. I don't remember it so well, but basically the point of ISO is we want a standard process. We want standard operating procedures. And we want to know what we're supposed to do. And then we want to do what agree we're going to do. And then we need to prove that we follow the standard. And over time, we're supposed to improve the standard. But you can see that all these things here, and especially standardized work, these will help us to become certified in ISO 9001. So there's a very strong correlation. ISO 9001 also talks about the plan, do, check, act cycle, which is part of what we're doing here. So if you want to be 9001 certified, if you practice these 7 habits, if you have this vision for process excellence, if you adhere to these 7 principles of Lean, and if you follow how Lean works here, you will be a long ways to becoming ISO certified, because you'll have the processes in place, you'll have the continuous improvement structures in place, you'll have the process documentation, and that will strengthen your ability to document and demonstrate in a way that's required for certification that you're doing the good things that you say you're doing. So ISO is about standardizing, following the standard, being able to prove it, and increasing the standard over time. Lean will help you to do these things better. And by the way, there is no Lean certification for an organization, but there's ISO certification. There's the Malcolm Baldrige Award that incorporates a lot of lean things. There's some Shingo awards. So there are awards that are more specifically focused on lean, but there's no official certification that an organization is lean. I hope that helps. Are there other questions? Or comments? Good. Okay, so what I'd like to do is wrap up with a video, and I gave you the link to this video, and we'll just it's about a 6-minute video. It answers this question about the applicability of lean in different sectors, and this is, oops, oh, how cool is that? This is looking at lean in the kind of humanitarian work. And it's how Toyota helped a nonprofit in the US respond to a hurricane and helped apply these lean principles in this circumstance. So let's watch this and then we'll wrap up. I think that's
I love to work, but I also like to put smiles on people's faces. If there's a child out there that's in need, I need to help this person out.
Thank you very much.
When we down to our last box and you have like 7 families standing on the line and you just have that one box and you don't know what exactly to do, that kills me.
George is a great leader. He knows what he's doing, but they didn't really have a system kind of set up. Because if you have a good system, I think the work takes care of itself.
We call TPS the Toyota Production System. The summation of many, many small, simple, cheap improvements can have a very big impact.
People are starting to understand that these basic principles of the Toyota Production System apply to any kind of process. It doesn't have to be a manufacturing process.
We have our way of doing it, but if there's a faster way for us to go out and get food out to people faster, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
What about a different box size so that we're not shipping so much air?
If we could go to a smaller box, we would have the benefit of being able to put more meals on the truck to serve more people.
The side benefit being it's not so difficult to handle. The thing that struck me was how difficult it was for the volunteers that were there to pack that box. I mean, they were walking long distances, they were carrying heavy weight.
It was kind of disarray, just the table in the middle. Everybody was scrambling to get stuff open. And I'm like, this is not really too productive.
So by putting everybody on one side of the line and having the material come from the opposite, we think we're going to get a smoother flow.
Yeah. Let's go for it now. I don't care if I leave work late. I don't care.
You know, I don't want you to have to walk 15 feet to go get those 2 cans of corn. I want those cans of corn to be readily available to you in the right quantity at the right place at the right time so that you can pack it in the box. Wow, this looks a lot different, doesn't it? It's cool, yeah. Does anybody remember how long it was taking us to pack one box when we first started?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? That's exactly right. It was around 3 minutes.
3 minutes per box.
What do you think we were packing one box? How long and how many seconds today? About 11 seconds.
Kaizen is a Japanese word for continuous improvement. And what this philosophy means is we always want to strive step by step to make a process better. Outside Toyota, problem can sometimes have a negative connotation, like a bad thing. I find that in many cases it's better to say we have something that we can improve.
Sweet.
Faster, way faster.
Yeah?
Yes. Much faster.